Well, in a season where Ross Peoples has had to patch more holes than the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, he has done it again, and he has certainly made what he feels are upgrades to the ball club today. He has brought in a couple of pitchers. One is Gary Fenter, and we mentioned Gary's name last night. He had arrived but did not sign quite in time to be activated for last night's game. He is active for tonight. He is out of the Richmond Flying Squirrels. He didn't have much of a year there, but if you look at Fenter's background, he had a tremendous early career in the Baltimore Orioles organization. Staggeringly good numbers back in 2019. He was 8-2 with a 1.81 earned run average, and Ross is hoping that after a couple of times out of the bullpen, maybe one shorter start, that he will be able to slide into the Brooks Hall spot in the starting rotation. And then today, Ross has signed to a contract, a guy who was in the major leagues with the Arizona Diamondbacks last year, and another part of that Reno staff that also included Cameron Gann and Wes Tunnell, a right-hander by the name of Brandon Sittinger, and he will go to the back end of the Barnstormers bullpen. Sittinger made 5 appearances in September last year with Arizona. This year, he was in AAA with the Atlanta Braves organization, and a guy that is known by pitching coach Mark Johnson from the Detroit Tigers organization as well. And then Ross has traded right-handed pitcher Cole Aker to the High Point Rockers. Now, this is a move that makes complete sense to me. I said that when Aker first joined the Barnstormers, I was surprised that the Rockers didn't pick him up because Cole is from that part of the country. He is from Greensboro. He went to the University of North Carolina, so it would make sense for him to be there in the first place. And in return, the Barnstormers have acquired catcher outfielder Chris Proctor, a left-handed batter. He'll be coming in on Monday. He will not be here for this weekend series. And what I find fascinating about that trade is that the Barnstormers gave up a Tar Heel and they got a Blue Devil in return. Chris Proctor played 3 seasons as a catcher at Duke University. So that catches you up on the transactions for now. And I will say for now because there are a couple of other pieces that Ross is very interested in getting, but the acquisitions have not been finished as of yet. We may see 1 or 2 more transactions as this week goes along. But for now, it is Fenter and Sittinger in. Aker is gone, and Proctor is on his way. So the Barnstormers just trying to shuffle the deck and get together for a stretch run here. Obviously, if you're following this ball club, what you ultimately want is another big bat to possibly put in the cleanup spot or move behind Trayvon Robinson into the 5 spot and bump everybody else down a little bit. Tonight is game 2 of this 3-game series against the York Revolution. The Barnstormers with Eric Manoah on the hill. He is 2-1 with a 4.66 ERA. He's thrown one very nice start against York. And Austin Nicely, a guy we've been seeing all year. He's going to be making his 6th start against the Barnstormers. Nicely overall is 2-8 with a 7.3 ERA. Manoah 2-1. And 4.66. Manoah does not have a decision against York. Nicely is 1-3 against Lancaster this year. Here are the starting lineups just exchanged at home plate. For the Barnstormers, Sean Dunston Jr. will be the designated hitter tonight. He is going to get a rest from center field. Melvin Mercedes will bat second and play second base tonight. Potentially an historic night for Melvin. If he gets a base hit in this game, he will tie 2 others, Matt LeCroy and Caleb Gindel, for the longest hitting streak in franchise history. Mercedes currently sitting at 19. The first baseman, Andretti Cordero, will bat third. Trayvon Robinson is the cleanup hitter. He is in left field. The third baseman batting number 5 is Anderson Felice. Ariel Sandoval will make his second consecutive start in right field. He's batting 6th. The catcher hitting 7th is Anthony Peroni It will be Jake Hoover at shortstop batting 8th, and that leaves Devon Torrance. He is out in center field and will bat number 9 in the order tonight. Manoah on the hill for the Barnstormers. And York will be led off by the right fielder, J.C. Encarnacion. Elmer Reyes will bat second and play short. The third baseman hitting third is Carlos Franco. Telvin Nash is the cleanup hitter and DH for the Revs. Nelly Rodriguez batting fifth, playing first base. Melky Mesa is the left fielder hitting sixth. Troy Stokes Jr. in center field batting number 7. Jeffrey Perez, the second baseman, will bat 8th. And Lenin Rodriguez is the catcher in the number 9 slot with Nicely, the lefty, on the mound tonight for York. The Revs won last night 6-1 in the late start at 10 o'clock last night. The Revs jumped ahead 5-0 on a slew of extra base hits in the early innings, and the Barnstormers, for the most part, could not solve right-hander Jorge Martinez last night. He allowed just 4 hits over 7 innings of work. He struck out 9. Lancaster's only run coming on the home run by Mercedes to left center field as Melvin not only extended his hitting streak, but also his home run streak to 3 games with that opposite field shot a night ago. Bill Worthington will be calling balls and strikes tonight. Jerry Martinez and his first base. Buzz Albert will be calling the shots over at third. Here in the middle game of the 3-game series, the heat index right now is about 96 degrees here in York. The air temperature is 92 as we get set for the second game of this series. Tomorrow it is supposed to be 97, 98 degrees for our day game. So I apologize if I said Gary Fenter. I'm told it is Gray Fenter, and I think I said that last night. And it just kind of gets in your back of your mind that the A and the R are reversed. It's Gray Fenter is the new pitcher that the Barnstormers have picked up out of Double-A. He's been in the Eastern League for the last season and a half. So it will be the Barnstormers and the York Revolution here tonight. We finished last night's game at 1:06 in the morning. The team bus, which carried probably less than half of the players and none of the coaching staff, back to Lancaster, returned at approximately 2:30 in the morning. And everybody had the late night out last night. And then I am right back here, and so are the guys. And then tomorrow we'll scale it back another 4.5 hours for the 2 o'clock start tomorrow afternoon. And both these clubs will, I think, relish the off day on Monday. And everybody may stay in air conditioning on Monday after what's promising to be an especially hot day tomorrow. Might be the hottest day of the 2022 summer. It's supposed to cool off on Monday. So I think everybody looking forward to that. There is a breeze tonight. We did not have one last night. The wind tonight is blowing out toward left field. I think we might have had a slight breeze towards center when we started last night, and then it went away. But it was a night where the ball traveled extremely well here. Mercedes home run. I don't know if it gets out under most conditions. And a couple of the balls hit by the Revs last night seemed to really travel toward left center field. York overall had 7 extra base hits last night. 3 doubles by Melky Mesa, a triple by J.C. Encarnacion. 1 home run by Carlos Franco and a pair by Nelly Rodriguez. The lone Lancaster extra base hit was the home run by Melvin Mercedes. Lancaster gave itself a shot in the 9th inning last night, loading the bases with 2 outs. Anthony Peroni hit the ball pretty well, but it was one of those line drives that off a right-hander's bat has a tendency to dovetail back toward the right fielder. It was a reasonably easy play for J.C. Encarnacion to put the game to bed last night after what could have been a productive 9th inning. The Barnstormers had singles by Robinson and Sandoval and a walk to Cordero in that 9th inning. They couldn't get the runs across. They needed to do a lot. Peroni would have had to have reached base. Lair would have had to have hit a grand slam in order for the Barnstormers really to get back into that ball game last night. We're still awaiting the arrival of the York Revolution onto the field here at Peoples Bank Park. We are a bit delayed, but now Austin Nicely and the York Revolution hitting the field at Peoples Bank Park. Momentarily, we will be sending you down to our field of play here tonight for our opening ceremonies, which will be coming up in just a moment.
For the performance of our national anthem presented by Rare Choice Federal Credit Union. Denara is a member of the Friends of York County History Center organization who raises money for York County History Center to keep the spirit and traditions of historical York alive. Now the performance of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And rockets was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Our national anthem this evening at Peoples Bank Park as Austin Nicely now will warm up for his sixth start against the Barnstormers this season. He's covered 29 and 2/3 innings against Lancaster. He is 1-3 with a 5.46 ERA. Overall, the lefty from Virginia has covered 86 1/3 innings. He has allowed 123 hits this year. He's walked only 32, struck out 59, 2-8 with a 7.30 earned run average. Middle game of a 3-game series. We'll wrap it up tomorrow afternoon here at 2 with Oscar De La Cruz making the start for the Barnstormers against a fellow big right-hander from the Dominican Republic, Eduardo Rivera. 4-1 for De La Cruz, 5-3 for Rivera heading into the ball game tomorrow. Barnstormers open tonight, 1 game ahead of Southern Maryland. The Blue Crabs will be playing once again at Long Island tonight, trailing by 2 in the North race. The Staten Island Ferry Hawks, the Ferry Hawks, once again taking on the Wild Health. No, they were playing the Wild Health Genos. The Staten Island Ferry Hawks will be taking on the Lexington Legends, the other team from Kentucky. They're there for the weekend. Gastonia is at High Point, and Wild Health is at Charleston. That will finish off the Atlantic League schedule here this evening. Nicely is tuned up, ready to go, and Sean Dunston Jr., the Barnstormers' designated hitter tonight, will step in to lead off. Dunston batting .302, no home runs, 17 runs batted in, and Ross wanting to give him a half a breather here tonight. Dunston has led off and played out in center field every game but one. He sat at Long Island, the Sunday game back on June the 26th. .302 is average. And the nicely delivery is inside, says Bill Worthington. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Dunston stole his 22nd base last night after a bunt single in the 4th inning. That was his only trip to the bases. He swings and misses at the 1-0 delivery. The count will even. At 1 ball, 1 strike, Melvin Mercedes is on deck. He will bat from the right side of the plate, trying to extend that hitting streak to 20 games. Here's the motion, and a Dunston 1-1. He pulls the trigger too soon. Nicely is ahead of him at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Barnstormers have lost 3 in a row, and perhaps not so coincidentally, Dunston has not done a whole lot in these last 3 games. Breaking ball just off the outside corner. We go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. He is 1 out of 13 with no walks in these last 3. 2-2 offerings, swing and a miss. Nicely starts off tonight with a strikeout. That is his 60th of the year. Between the 2 clubs last night, a total of 26 strikeouts in 8.5 innings. Now here is Mercedes. Melvin batting .284. Now with 8 home runs, tying the number he had in the first, or his professional career, I should say, prior to this season. He has driven in 45. He's got 13 doubles, 5 triples. The hitting streak goes all the way back to July the 3rd. Swing, ground ball, left side, into the hole. It is picked up by Reyes. Long throw across the diamond, and they rob Mercedes of a base hit. Elmer Reyes with the long throw. He got it on line. It was scooped up by Nelly Rodriguez. We have 2 outs here in the first inning. And very often it takes that kind of a play to end a hitting streak. We'll see if Mercedes will come through later on in the ball game. I thought he had it. Elmer Reyes, not only the good stop in the hole, but then the good scoop on the back end by Rodriguez. Here is Andretti Cordero, who's batted safely in 8 in a row, and he will take a ball outside. It's 1-0. Cordero at .321 for the season with 10 home runs, and he has driven in a total of 71. The motion, the pitch, dropping onto the outside corner for a called strike. And we are even at 1-1. Andretti is 5th in the league in batting and 3rd in runs batted in. The pitch to him. He goes after a high fastball and now trails in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers still trying to figure out how to win on the road this year. The club is 4-5 here in York, but overall just 11-26 outside of Clipper Magazine Stadium, with a lot of road games coming up in August, especially the second half of August. It's a formula they're going to have to be able to piece together. Pitch is high from Nicely. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Andretti. Trayvon Robinson's on deck. And the pitch. Cordero tries to get out of the way, and he got hit by it. Well, the Barnstormers will have a 2-out base runner on the HBP, and it will get Robinson to the plate here in the opening inning. So neither Mercedes nor Cordero able to extend the hitting streak, and Anya Holmberg is out to check in on Andretti. That bore in on him and hit him in the leg. Well, for Andretti Cordero, the 3rd time this season that he has been hit by a pitch. He's on his way to first, jogging on down there, looking toward the York dugout. There was absolutely no intent on the part of Nicely, with 2 outs, nobody on, and a 1-2 count to hit him there, and it wasn't a fastball anyway. Now here is Robinson. Trayvon at .314 with 6 homers. He's driven in 34. 1 for 4 for Robinson in the ball game last night. He has gotten locked in from the right side of the plate. We'll see if he can make that 2-out HBP costly. Nicely is low to Trayvon. It's ball 1 and no strikes. Anderson Felice, the 3rd baseman, switch hitter, and now is fully switch hitting once again. He waits on deck. Cordero, not a big base stealing threat. He is 2 out of 5 on the year. Nicely working out of the stretch to Robinson, 1-0. Trayvon pops this up over on the right side. This will be an easy play for the first baseman, Rodriguez. Robinson goes down. It's no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left. In the top half of the first inning, Eric Manoah will be dealing with the York Revolution when we come back. After 1/2 inning tonight, the score is the Lancaster Barnstormers 0 And the York Revolution about to step in.
The sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the unforgettable sensations of the Lexus Performance lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
Eric Manoah gets the start for the Lancaster Barnstormers tonight. The right-hander from Homestead, Florida, opening up a game for the sixth time as a Barnstormer. He's also thrown 5 times in relief. 36 and 2/3 innings, just 29 hits. He has walked 17, and he has struck out 32, 2-1 the record with a 4.66 ERA. 26 years of age is Manoah, 6'2", and 190 pounds. Backing him up defensively, the Barnstormers have Anderson Felice at third base tonight. The shortstop is Jake Hoover, Melvin Mercedes at second, Andretti Cordero at first. Trayvon Robinson, Devon Torrance, and Ariel Sandoval frame the outfield from left to right. Anthony Peroni is doing the catching. Here is Encarnacion, the right fielder, batting .310. He has hit 8 home runs on the year. He's driven in 40. He tripled, and that was really the biggest hit of the game last night. A 2-run triple with 2 outs in the bottom half of the second inning. It made it 3-0. And the way Martinez was pitching, that was just about out of reach last night. He then struck out the last 3 times up. Here's the motion. Manoah to the plate, and his first offering is low. It is ball 1-0. Manoah pitched a gem against the York Revolution in that 5-game series played 4th of July week. They were all low-scoring games, and he did not get a decision. There is a called strike. It is 1-1. He pitched on July 6th, 6 innings, 2 hits and a run, walked 1, struck out 5. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Encarnacion. Defense plays him a bit toward the left with Manoah on the hill. Fastball up top, 2 balls and a strike. Lancaster pitching last night struck out 14 York batters. The Barnstormers continue to lead the league by a bunch in strikeouts. And the 2 guys coming in have both averaged more than a strikeout an inning in their careers. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Manoah is down and away. It's ball 3 in early trouble for the Barnstormers' right-handed starter. Lancaster has lost 3 in a row, and they've been outscored 24-7 in the last 2.5 games. Encarnacion slices a foul at a play to the right. It's 3-2, and yet another full count. Barnstormers have quite a collection of arms, and that's why they get all the strikeouts, but it does also tend to prolong the games. Payoff pitch due to Encarnacion, who's as far back in the box as you can get, and that's strike 3 called. Manoah burning the outside corner with a fastball, so that is strikeout victim number 1 for the Revs tonight. And on the year, that is the 702nd opposing batter fanned by the Barnstormers in 708 2/3 innings. That is an impressive rate indeed, if you believe that striking out the opposing team is, as they would say, sexy. Nobody else is that close. Inside now on Elmer Reyes, almost hit him. Reyes, the shortstop, 306 with 6 home runs and 46 runs batted in. Barnstormers pitching staff leads the league in strikeouts by 46 over Gastonia. Coming into play tonight. There's a big breaking ball. That is a strike taken. It is 1-1. And on the flip side of the coin, York has struck out as a team 759 times. That's 81 more than Lexington. The Legends rank in second. 1 ball, 1 strike. That is caught on, fouled at the plate. Reyes will bat at 1-2, so it's certainly a combination that is ripe for a lot of strikeouts. Look at the list again. The Genome's actually in second, but they and Lexington are close. Those are very similar teams, except that the Genomes have put together a far better record. 12 games ahead of the Big Brothers in Kentucky. Elmer Reyes batting at 1-2. Carlos Franco, the third baseman, waits on deck. We're scoreless here in the bottom half of the first inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Manoah ready to go, and the pitch turned the other way. It sailed over the head of Reyes, and now we have a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've seen some interesting pitches in this first inning. Of course, with the strikeouts we talk about with the Barnstormers pitching staff, they also lead the league in hitting opposing batters, but not by all that much, just 3 over the Genomes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Peroni setting the target. Manoah ready to go. Breaking ball, and this is lifted toward the wall in left field. Back on this is Robinson. He'll leap up, the ball crashing off the boards, and it's going to have to be retrieved out there by Hoover. A double for Reyes. That is his 32nd of the season. Robinson thought he had a play, made the leaping effort at the big wall in left field. The ball hit over his glove and then crashed into the solid wall and kicked back toward the infield. Robinson let Hoover charge out to take it. It's a 1-out double for Reyes. Carlos Franco, the third baseman, will step in. Franco is batting .305 with 27 home runs, and he has driven in 85 for the year. 32 doubles for Reyes. Nobody else is close in the Atlantic League. The Barnstormers team leader, just 17. Rosa, the second baseman for Gastonia, Joseph Rosa, has 23. He's in second. Franco stands in, left-handed slugger, leads the league in runs batted in. He takes up and away from Manoah. It is ball 1 and no strike. So the Barnstormers face a runner in scoring position here in the bottom half of the first inning. This is an intimidating lineup once it gets going. The Barnstormers showed 2.5 weeks ago that you can shut this York team down. But if you don't, runs come in bunches. Franco with a foul ball off to the left. It is 1 ball and 1 strike here. Barnstormers did a great job against the Revs. 5 games, 11 runs, 24 hits. So it can be done. The bullpen was very solid for Lancaster last night over what turned out to be 5 relief innings. A lot of strikeouts and just a scattering of base hits. There were 5, just 1 run. A ball and a strike on Franco. Manoah back to the plate. This is dribbled out ahead of it. Peroni will pick it up and go to first. Franco's retired 2-3. Reyes advances to third. He's there with 2 outs. And the designated hitter, Talvin Nash, will step in. The Barnstormers certainly checked Nash last night. He struck out 3 times and flied to right. And he is probably the premier power hitter in the Atlantic League over the last 5-6 years. He's averaged roughly a home run every 3.5 games or so that he has worn a York jersey, the only guy to have hit 40 since Nash was Brian Becker back in 2005. And the pitch from Manoah to Nash is a called strike. It's 0-1. And yet here's another guy, and this is York's specialty somehow, who has never been able to succeed above A ball. Franco's been that way. Carlos Castro, and you could go on and on. Isaias Tejeda, all these sluggers they've had are in York. And a Nash, breaking ball misses high and outside. It is 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Mark Mason's put his team together again. You talk to the folks here, and you get the idea that they think this Revs ball club has underperformed a little bit, but there's a lot of baseball left. 1 ball, 1 strike to Nash. We're scoreless bottom half of the first inning. Reyes at third with 2 outs. Manoah back to the plate, and he is just up and in for ball 2. It is now 2-1. Nelly Rodriguez, the first baseman, waits on deck. Wind was blowing out to left. Now it seems to have switched a little bit and blowing more out toward right field. 2 balls and a strike. Nash lets the breaking ball go and pays the price. It's now 2-2. Lights have been flipped on. We have cloudiness here in York tonight. It's high overcast. There are some storms well to the west that are not expected to get here. Blocked by the weather pattern. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Nash. The motion by Manoah. Here's the pitch. Fastball up, and it's 3-2. To the third batter. All 3 right-handed batters have faced Manoah at 3 balls and 2 strikes in this inning. No score. The Barnstormers had a 2-out batter hit. That was all in the top of the inning. Reyes made a very nice play against Mercedes to deny him the 20-game hitting streak. 3-2 to tell the Nash. Peroni sets the target. Manoah is ready. Here's the pitch, and it's pulled on the ground. Hoover diving stop. Hoover gets up, throws, gets him. So Jake Hoover comes up with a gem. He robs Nash of an RBI base hit, and Manoah is out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. We've seen some dazzling play from both shortstops in the early going. And now at the end of an inning, there is still no score.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame Induction Weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Both shortstops saving their starting pitcher some grief in the first inning. Reyes didn't necessarily stop the Barnstormers from scoring a run. Hoover definitely did. Save York from getting on the board. We're scoreless. Here is the switch hitting third baseman Anderson Felice, overall at .245 with 5 homers and 35 runs knocked in. Felice was just 0 for 1 last night and did not get his second plate appearance. With Cameron Gann being lifted from the game, Anderson was the DH last night. Felice has been struggling a bit. He was just 7 for 49, 143 on the last homestand. Here he gets jammed. It's a fly ball out to center. Stokes started back and then Realizing that was a flawed decision, he had time to make up for it. Felice flies to center. That will bring on the Barnstormers right fielder, Ariel Sandoval. Sandoval is 2 for 6. Both hits have been singles. He struggled terribly against Jorge Martinez last night, then reached on a base hit, an infield single against Nick Howard in the 9th inning. It was a ground ball up the middle. Both the shortstop and second baseman went for the ball. And while it was fielded behind second base, there was nowhere to throw. And that loaded the bases in the 9th. To Sandoval, first pitch across for a strike. It is 0-1. Anthony Peroni, the catcher, waiting on deck. The Barnstormers either do very well against a lefty starter or they really have issues. And so far tonight, it's been tough sledding against Nicely. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Ariel. Chopper on the left side. This will be cut off by Franco rushing in. He gets off a quick strike. Sandoval is not slow. 2 outs, and Peroni to the plate. Anthony at 181 with a home run and 12 runs batted in. One of the things that Chris Proctor will bring to this ball club is another left-handed bat. I know I've thought the past couple of years that the Barnstormers were out of balance with too many left-handed hitters. But I think now they might, a left-handed hitting catcher could come in handy. And you can move him out to the outfield, probably at Clipper Magazine Stadium to right. 1 strike on Peroni. Jake Hoover is on deck to Anthony. That is in the dirt. And a 1-1 count. Barnstormers without a base hit tonight. They did not have one until the 4th inning in last night's game. And they've had a hard time. Now, this would be the 7th game in a row hitting against York, but they didn't need to get that much done in that 5-game series the week of the 4th of July because the pitching was so exceptional. That doesn't sneak back to the inside corner, much as Nicely tried to get it there. 2-1, the count on Peroni. Anthony stepped in, and there's a fly ball toward the right field corner. Encarnacion racing back, and he will rob Peroni for the 2nd night in a row. Peroni came closest to a base hit last night on a ball flagged by Encarnacion. It's a 1-2-3 inning. You can't replace that speed in the outfield, and there's a lot of room to cover in right field here in York. Nothing doing for the Barnstormers in the top of the 2nd. We're through 1.5, and there is still no score.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the confidence of Lexus Safety System Plus. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See Owner's Manual.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame Induction Weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
We make it to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Nelly Rodriguez, Melky Mesa, and Troy Stokes Jr. scheduled for the York Revolution. No score to this point. The only base hit, a double off the left field wall by Elmer Reyes in the bottom half of the 1st inning. Southern Maryland coming in on Tuesday. 3-game set against the Blue Crabs. And you said at the outset last night, these next 6 games, you could toss in the 3 next weekend against Staten Island, but I don't know those are as meaningful. York will be in this race before it's all over. They're 6-9 right now. They got off to a 4-9 start this half, but this team has all the elements needed to make a run at it. Well, I think these games and the 3-game series against Southern Maryland will go a long way to whether or not the Barnstormers are going to stay at or near the head of the class in the North here in the second half. The great start, but that was a homestand. Now the Barnstormers, they just have to keep this drought, this lull, however you want to phrase it, to a minimum here. Nelly Rodriguez hit a couple of home runs last night, one leading off the second against Cameron Gann. He has 13 for the year, 42 runs batted in. Eric Manoah to the plate, spins a breaking ball over. It is 0-1. And Staten Island and Southern Maryland are both out to 1-0 leads tonight, but in both cases, those games are early. 0-1 here on Rodriguez. He'd only hit one homer against the Barnstormers prior to last night. Off the outside corner for Manoah, it's 1-1. Eric's brother Alec was mic'd up during the All-Star game. I didn't have a chance, obviously, to watch it Tuesday night because we were playing, but I've seen some clips afterwards. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wrapped on a bounce to Mercedes. Melvin, easy toss to first. Rodriguez retired. We have 1 out, and Mesa will step in. Melky last night had 3 doubles against the Barnstormers, and if memory serves me correctly, it's not the first time he has turned that trick over the years against Lancaster. 263, 7 homers, 45 runs batted in overall. No score with 1 out in the bottom half of the second. The Barnstormers need a strong start out of Manoah tonight because they have lost the starter before 5 innings the last 2 games. In fact, the Barnstormers have only gotten 3 innings total out of the starters the last 2 games, and that can drain the bullpen. But, of course, that bullpen now has a couple of fresh arms in it in Fenter and Sittinger. 1 ball, no strikes to Mesa. Manoah will fire. He is low. 2 balls and nothing. Troy Stokes Jr., the center fielder, waiting on deck. Manoah's gotten 3 consecutive ground balls. A brilliant play by Hoover against Telvin Nash back in the first inning. Here's a 2-0 pitch. That's smashed. A diving try by Felice comes up short. And Melky Mesa is aboard on a 1-out single. There have been years where Mesa has destroyed Lancaster pitching. He had not done very much until last night, but that's now 4 hits in a row for Mesa. Stokes, the center fielder, comes in. He's batting .266 with 8 home runs. He has driven in 40. Lower half of the second inning here tonight. Just a runner at first base. Mesa only with 1 steal. Manoah comes to the plate, and Stokes hits a crooked pop-up foul out of play over on the third base side. 0-1, the count to Stokes. Nicely has thrown only 21 pitches in the first 2 innings. Last night, Martinez just 15 in the first 2 innings. Pacing themselves early. Stokes batting 0-1. Manoah gets the signal. The pitch is a fastball up. It is a ball and a strike. By contrast, that is the 28th pitch of the game for Eric Manoah. Facing the same number of batters, but 2 outs short of where Nicely sits. 1 ball, 1 strike. Breaking ball. This is popped up and arguably playable in foul territory. Cordero has a shot at it. He makes the catch. Stokes is retired. And Jeffrey Perez, the second baseman, steps in. Perez, 242 with 5 homers, 15 runs batted in. And it's obviously nowhere near as extreme as last year was, with the average home game taking about 3.5 hours. And the Barnstormers scoring and giving up about 7 runs per game. This year they're scoring about 5.7 and giving up around 5.1, 5.2. Well, that's calmed down a little bit. But the games are still taking 3 hours or better on a nightly basis. And that's because Barnstormers pitchers, while the team ERA is solid, breaking ball just missing, ball 1 on Perez. With all these strikeouts, they tend to throw 15, 20 pitches every inning. Tunnel last night, a 20-pitch bottom of the 8th. He struck out the side, gave up 1 single. So it's effective, but it's not getting your team off the field, especially in this blistering heat. Now a drive deep down the right field line and a foul ball off the bat of Jeffrey Perez, who wasn't far from his 6th home run of the year. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. Mesa the base runner. Hoover, Torrance, and Dunston will step in the 3rd inning. One and 1. The set, Manoah to the plate. Off speed, swung on and missed. Perez was trying to match the previous swing and straighten it out a little bit more, and that can be why you would throw a changeup in that situation. Manoah's got him at 1 and 2. Defense slightly around to the right. Ground ball pulled foul. And it will continue at a ball and 2 strikes. You'd ultimately like to see a Barnstormer starter. Ball has been able to do it, and Brooks Hall was able to do it. But get through about 7 innings on roughly 90 pitches. But with all these power pitchers, you do tend to lengthen the games a bit. It's the way the sport's gone. 1 and 2 on Perez. Mesa has shown no interest in running. The pitch is low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lenin Rodriguez, the catcher, waiting on deck. Barnstormers revs scoreless. Bottom half of the 2nd inning with 2 outs and a man on. York with 2 hits in the ball game so far. The Barnstormers have none. Peroni came awfully close. Mercedes has come close, but the defense snuffing out both. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Perez awaiting. Manoah comes to the high set. And the pitch, a fastball high, and we have another full count. That, I believe, is at least the 4th for Manoah in the game, as he is averaging about 4.4 pitches per batter. 3 and 2 on Jeffrey Perez. Mesa will be going now. Cordero holds him at this point. And still holding him. He's not dropped back. There he goes. Here's the 3-2. Ball 4 is outside. Perez gets a walk, and Lenin Rodriguez gets a shot. Rodriguez hitting .239, 4 homers and 13 runs batted in. Nine doubles for Lenin Rodriguez. Last night he was 2 for 3, along with a walk. No score, and Manoah fighting to keep it that way. Perez was trailing in the count after that long foul ball down the right field line, and Manoah ended up losing him. Mesa at second, and Perez now aboard at first. The batter is Rodriguez. Manoah to the plate, and that is just low. Ball one, no strikes. Eric has missed with nearly half of his 37 pitches. One ball and nothing. Rodriguez now swings and hits a pop fly that will go out of play down the left field side. The count levels up at one apiece on the catcher Rodriguez. He's seen all the work in back of the plate for the Revs in this series. Their other catcher is a veteran, John Nunez. Well, they're pretty solid at that position with these two. They've also had Carlos Castro this season and Paul Mondesi. Off the outside corner, and Rodriguez bats at 2-1. Manoah seems to be getting slightly frustrated. Mesa at second, Perez at first with 2 outs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Manoah, who's been charged with some balks, coming to the high set to Rodriguez 2-1 pitch. That reaches the outside corner. It's 2-2, but it's another deep count. First pitch of the night for Manoah. Due to come, Mesa and Perez not forced off their respective bases yet. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Lenin Rodriguez. Manoah comes set, and he is high. He's gone to another full count. 3-2. And that, I believe, is at least 5. Now the runners get to go. 3-2 with 2 outs to Lenin Rodriguez. J.C. Encarnacion waits on deck. Manoah with the 3-2 pitch. Ball 4 is low and outside. He has walked the bases loaded. And the last 2 batters, he's been ahead in the count, the 8 and 9 hitters. And Mark Johnson will pay a mound visit. The Barnstormers absolutely cannot afford a starter to come out early tonight. Johnson has got to get Manoah righted. And it just seems to me like last night, Gann went to 2-0 on Nelly Rodriguez. And I'm not saying they were strikes. I'm just saying they were close. And I can't say for sure that he got a little bit hot under the collar, but next thing you know, he gave up the home run to Rodriguez. So now it's the bases loaded for the dangerous J.C. Encarnacion. He struck out looking back in the first inning. Manoah needs an out here. No question about it. York with the opportunity to score big. This is exactly where Encarnacion hit that triple last night. 2 outs into the second inning, and the 8 and 9 hitters reached base last night also. No score, bases loaded to Encarnacion. He couldn't hold there. It is 0-1. Breaking ball down and away. Encarnacion started to pull the trigger. Realized his error, but didn't realize it in time. Manoah gets ahead. No balls and a strike. Mesa at third. Perez at second. Rodriguez is the runner at first. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Taken low. It is a ball and a strike. And there's no one direction where Manoah seems to be errant. He's mixed his pitches fairly well. 1-1 to J.C. Encarnacion with the bases loaded. Manoah to the plate. Swing and a miss again at a breaking ball. And I have to think that Manoah and Peroni will go back to that at some point. They may set it up with something else here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count on J.C. Encarnacion. It has been a long, draining inning for Manoah, but he has a chance to get out of it untouched. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Encarnacion awaits the pitch. Foul tipped, and Peroni gets it with his body, not his glove. Still 1-2. Almost had Encarnacion to get out of the inning. But we've seen so many 2-strike foul balls against this pitching staff in critical situations over the past several days. Charleston wore Lancaster pitching down. York did it to Gann certainly last night. 1-2, we continue. Gann threw 79 pitches in 3 innings. Eric Manoah with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's the 1-2 on Encarnacion. He tries the breaking ball but hangs it upstairs. Now it's 2-2. Very little wiggle room left. A single to left field by Mesa with 1 out in this inning. He has walked Perez and Rodriguez. And now Manoah facing J.C. Encarnacion at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, breaking ball. That doesn't get the inside corner. And now there is no room left. 3-2 to J.C. Encarnacion. And yet another full count. Manoah trying to get together with Peroni. They have to figure something out. 3 balls, 2 strikes with the bases loaded. Eric Manoah winds, fires, and gets him to chase, but the ball gets away from Peroni on the wild pitch, and a run scores anyhow. Manoah threw it in the dirt and outside as well. It's 1-0, and Elmer Reyes will bat with the bases loaded. York with a run on the board on 2 walks and a 3rd strike wild pitch. It's a bout of wildness here in the 2nd inning. Reyes had the double back in the 1st. He steps in. Perez now at 3rd with Rodriguez at 2nd and Encarnacion at 1st. Just double checking that did go down officially as a wild pitch, and it did. Manoah so close to being out of this inning so many times, and now his breaking ball is up to Reyes. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Walks, wild pitches. The Revs certainly have an opening. And he's just about got to get Reyes. And you've got Franco on deck. Reyes is a tough out. The pitch, ground ball to the shortstop. Hoover will take it, go to 2nd for the force. Well, the damage is limited. 6-4 on that force out here in the 2nd inning. But it's a run for the Revs with 1 hit, no errors, 3 men left on base. And at the end of 2, York is up by the score of 1-0.
Hi everyone, Adam Gockenauer from Gockenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gockenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus Grill purchase. Gockenauers in East Petersburg.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17th. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Well, the Barnstormers are down a run. 51 pitches, though, for Eric Manoa and just 21 for Austin Nicely. Lancaster will need to narrow that gap. The scoreboard just 1-0 as we go to the top of the third inning. Jake Hoover, Devon Torrance, and Sean Dunston Jr. stepping in for the Barnstormers, who do not have a base hit yet tonight. Encarnacion, no RBI for that swinging third strike in the second inning. Mesa scoring on the wild pitch. So here is Hoover. He's already turned in a fabulous defensive play tonight. Jake batting .217, 3 homers, and 19 runs batted in. Still trying to fully recover, I think, from that ailment that had him down last week. But he seems fine here tonight. The pitch to Hoover, taken for a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Nicely pinpointing his pitches here tonight. Throws a second strike to Hoover. It's 0-2. And what he has set up here is minimal contact. And it's so important, especially in this heat, to get your team off the field. There's a swinging third strike. Nicely is averaging 3 pitches a batter. And Manoa 4.6, and it makes an enormous difference. Here's Devon Torrance, the center fielder, batting .192 with 7 runs batted in. And I believe that's what led to the Barnstormers wilting last year. Fly ball center field, shallow coming in, diving, and making the catch is Stokes. Oh, York is playing very fluid defensively here on this homestand. This series, we've seen a number of spectacular plays. 2 outs, and Sean Dunston Jr., the designated hitter, will step in. The defense has taken 3 hits already away from the Barnstormers tonight. Mercedes in the first inning, Peroni in the second, Torrance now here in the third inning, all robbed by the defense because they're loose behind a guy who's throwing strikes. Here's a pitch to Dunston. It is low for a ball, 1-0. The 11-game losing streak last year, could that be attributed to a worn-out ball club? Coming down the stretch. Here's a 1-0. Dunston taking ball 2 below the knees. It is 2 balls and no strikes. Nicely has walked 32, struck out 59 coming into tonight. It's now 32-61 in 89 innings. Not a big strikeout pitcher. To Dunston, 2-0. It's a cross for a strike, and now 2-1. Austin Nicely comes right back. He dips that low. Dunston batting 3-1 with Mercedes on deck. All of Melvin's home runs have been hit from the left side of the plate. Right-handed, he's hit for some average. Here's the 3-1. Dunston goes for it and bounces a foul over toward the first base dugout. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs, nobody on. And here is the payoff to Dunston. Another foul, same direction. A little softer hit. 3 balls, 2 strikes continuing. So a full count the other way, but they haven't been as abundant. Here's the payoff again to Dunston. He hits a ground ball to second base. And Nicely is not allowed to hit through 3. Nothing doing for the Barnstormers in the top of the third inning. At the end of 2.5, York leads by the score of 1-0.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
Get out of the heat and dive into the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off the 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at dutchapple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Franco Nash and Nelly Rodriguez will come to the plate in the bottom half of the third inning. It's just 1-0. The difference on the scoreboard does not match up with the difference in the way this game has gone, just the pitch differential alone. And the same was true last night. Gann threw 79 pitches in 3 innings. During that same stretch, Jorge Martinez threw 28. Tonight it's 32 for Nicely, and hopefully Manoah will get in under 79 at 51 through 2 innings. And it's not that one is necessarily better than the other in the short term. The concern is more of the long haul. The Barnstormers have already had to drain the bullpen over the last couple of nights. Donald Goodson, in fact, has pitched 3 games in a row. Brett Clark, 4 2/3 innings a couple of nights ago. You do have the 2 new arms out there. Carlos Franco will step in. Franco tapped out ahead of the plate back in the first inning. And that may have been the best at bat, the best sequence for Manoah so far in the game because it was a pretty quick AB. 1-0, York leading as we kick off the bottom half of the third inning. First pitch is a fastball high, 1-0. A lot of room along the third base line for Franco here as Manoah is below the knees in ball 2. 2 balls and nothing. Eric has walked 2, thrown a wild pitch. Those events led to the run back in the bottom half of the second inning. Game was 10 minutes late getting started tonight, too. Not that we can throw stones. 2-0. Franco, ground ball up along the first base side. Foul rolling down toward the York pen. The count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Barnstormers will be home Tuesday for 3 against Southern Maryland. Then the club goes to Staten Island. We'll play a 3-game set along the waterfront in New York City. Against the Ferry Hawks next weekend. 2 balls and a strike to Carlos Franco. Manoah delivers, and this is hit very high out toward right center field, and Torrance never saw it. That ball bounces in front of the warning track. It could have been an easy fly ball. In fact, it was Ariel Sandoval who ended up picking up that ball out in center field. Torrance thought it was hit toward right center, got completely lost underneath it. So it is a leadoff double by Carlos Franco. And Telvin Nash, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. This can be a tricky time of night. Usually it is later. That ball was hit incredibly high out to center field. I couldn't believe the elevation he got on that. And all of a sudden, that ball is completely away from the defense. Nash stands in. He grounded a short on a diving play by Hoover back in the first inning. Manoah to the high set and the pitch. It is upstairs for a ball, 1-0. York 1, Lancaster nothing. Bottom of the third inning. Manoah having such a hard time since the first 7 batters getting outs. 1-0 to Nash. He just had one. That was a routine fly ball with plenty of time to get there, but the Barnstormers couldn't track it. Breaking ball for a strike. It is 1-1. I have to admit, I was mesmerized by the height of that fly ball. I looked down and the defense wasn't anywhere near it. And they had a tremendous amount of time to get there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fastball up and away. Nash batting at 2-1, and this is turning into another deep count for Manoah. Franco, the runner at second base. And that does go down as a double because it was untouched. His 23rd, 50th extra base hit. Swing and a miss. And Nash will bat at 2-2. May have brushed that one foul, but the difference is nil. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Telvin Nash. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. York leading by 1 on a strikeout. Mesa scoring easily from third as strike 3 to Encarnacion got away from Anthony Peroni. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nash awaits the pitch from Manoah. It is on its way. Breaking ball driven to center. Back on this goes Torrance. He draws a bead this time, making the catch. Tagging it on the way to third is Franco. The throw gets away, and it's backed up nicely by Manoah, who tried to decoy Franco off of third base. That was a pretty good acting job by Eric, because if the ball had gotten away from him, it would have been on the other side of his body. He would have had the runner screened, but he didn't have Polanco screened. So the Revs didn't fall for it. Nelly Rodriguez now will step in with Franco at third and 1 out. Rodriguez grounded to Mercedes back in the second inning. The Barnstormers will bring the corners up but keep the middle infielders back. You just don't want to run the risk of falling too far behind in this game. 2-0 in this ballpark in these conditions, you can make up. To Rodriguez, the fastball is up. It is ball 1 and no strikes. 1 out with the runner at third. If you're Manoah, you have to know that that guy should not be there. Fly ball lost in the sky. One ball and nothing. High and the inside. Rodriguez hits the deck. It is 2-0. Melky Mesa, the left fielder, waits on deck. Manoah in a situation he needs a pop-up or a strikeout or a comebacker here. But he's fallen behind Rodriguez at 2-0. Manoah deals a strike to the outside corner. Gets that one over. It's 2-1. Franco does not have great speed. He was able to tag and make it to third on that last fly ball. It was hit deep enough, and Torrance didn't have the chance to get behind it and be running in with the momentum. There's ball 3 now off the outside corner. Rodriguez batting at 3 balls and a strike. We have not seen this out of Manoah at all recently. The last time out, he walked 1 in 6 innings. Threw about 94 pitches in those 6 innings. 3 balls, 1 strike to Nelly Rodriguez. Franco up the line from third. Here's the pitch. And this is popped up on the right side, foul territory, but into the seats. So once again, different pattern. We arrive at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sounded like a fan must have made a pretty good play on that one. 3-2. Franco at third with 1 out. Pitch of decision coming up on Rodriguez with Mesa on deck. And Melky has caught fire in this series. A walk would set up a potential double play, and you just don't have much in the way of speed all the way around. So that double play opportunity would be there, but I don't think you want to keep piling on runners if you're the Barnstormers. Franco up the line once again from third. Here comes the 3-2. Rodriguez will get the walk. And there are men at the corners. Mesa will step in. Rodriguez has averaged more than a walk a game in this season series. Well, here is Mesa with the runners at first and third and 1 out. Franco's towering fly ball up toward the cloud bank, imperiling this inning. And just making it more difficult for Manoah. He might have pitched Rodriguez a little differently. And now to Mesa. This is popped up. And just about at the first base bag is Cordero, who will squeeze that for the 2nd out. That is a big result for Manoah. And better yet, a first pitch out. First and third with 2 gone. It'll be Stokes. He fouled out to Andretti back in the 2nd inning. 1-0 York, and now certainly an opportunity for Manoah to dodge this 3rd inning. Stokes digging in with men at the corners. And the Manoah pitch slides across for a strike. It is 0-1. York 1 and the Barnstormers nothing in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Lancaster has had just 1 base runner. That was on an HBP. York has had guys everywhere. Now Stokes swings and misses with a fastball. Manoah has him at 0-2. The Revs have had 7 reach base already in this game. If Manoah gets Stokes, York will have left 6 of them. 0-2. Manoah to the high set, and the pitch, fastball just off the outside corner. Either Manoah thought he had it or he was upset with himself for not getting it. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. The count to Stokes. Franco at third, Rodriguez the runner at first, 2 gone. York leading by 1. Eric Manoah to the plate. He got him, a swing and a miss. A huge 3rd strikeout for Eric Manoah, and he survives an inning he did not create. No runs on a hit, no errors. York leaves 2 more. The Barnstormers remain just 1 back at the end of 3. York 1 and Lancaster nothing.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone, thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, Local Flavor. Localflavor.com, Local Flavor.
For York, 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, 6 left. The Barnstormers, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man has been left on base. Mercedes, Cordero, and Robinson will stand in the top half of the 4th inning. Taking a look at the rest of the Atlantic League scoreboard. Staten Island up 2-0 over Lexington. They're in the top of the 4th inning. Charleston leading Wild Health 2-0 in the 3rd. Long Island has jumped ahead of Southern Maryland. That is 2-1 in the bottom of the 4th. Gastonia and High Point again tied at 1. Bottom of the 4th. They went a long way, 1-1 last night. High Point scored in the bottom of the 8th to pull it out. Here is Mercedes. He was robbed by Elmer Reyes back in the 1st inning. So he hasn't been able to extend that hitting streak to 20 games as of yet. Nicely to the plate. Fastball high and outside for ball 1. Melvin has only 6 multiple hit games in the streak and only 1 game with as many as 3. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Nicely finds the range. The count levels at 1-1. Left-hander kicks. He'll bring it home, and ball 2 is outside to Melvin. 2 balls and 1 strike. So in the 19 games, he's had 26 hits, batting .361. Slapped foul past Troy Steffi over at first. And nicely, and Mercedes are even with each other at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers down by just 1 as York hasn't been able to come up with any kind of a killer blow here. 2-2, line drive, base hit, left field. It's at 20. Mercedes ties the club record. He'll round first and hold on there. Melvin Mercedes joins Caleb Gindel and Matt Lecroy with a 20-game hitting streak, dating all the way back here to July the 3rd. Now, Andretti Cordero steps in. He was hit by a pitch back in the 1st inning. Melvin able to keep it going despite getting robbed the first time up. A clean line drive base hit. Nicely works out of the stretch to Cordero. It is low, ball 1. And now he'll have to keep it alive against Eduardo Rivera tomorrow. Ball 1-0. On the Lancaster first baseman, Mercedes leading off first, and a Cordero. A strike darts back to the inside corner. Cordero, who was hit back in the 1st inning, lunging back out of the way of that one, which tailed back over. 1 ball, 1 strike, infield, set up, double play depth. Trayvon Robinson waits on deck. Lancaster trying to make up the 1-run deficit here in the 4th inning. Nicely looks toward first, comes to the plate, ground ball, second base. This could be 2. The shovel toss to short for 1. Reyes back to first, and for the 2nd straight night, Andretti Cordero grounds into a double play, 2 outs, and Trayvon Robinson will come in. 4th inning, 2 nights in a row. They've gotten Cordero. Last night it was with runners at first and second. So Lancaster back to square one. 2 outs and the bases cleared off. Robinson the batter. Trayvon popped up his first trip. Barnstormers have slowed down at the plate now for about 3 games. Robinson takes an off-speed pitch upstairs. Ball 1 and no strikes. And this was kind of bound to happen because you can't ask the guys at the top of the order to keep up the pace they've been on. The 4 of them have been amazing, but eventually that's going to run out. And you've got to have somebody else down a little bit lower in the order, starting to pick things up. It happened at times on the homestand. Robinson now gets ball 3. He's up there at 3 balls and no strikes. Center fielder Stokes is not all that deep here. Robinson takes a strike at the knees. He thought he had the walk and was a little delayed from Bill Worthington. 3-1. Anderson Felice, the third baseman, waiting on deck. Here's the pitch. Robinson pulls a grounder foul past Ross Peoples and down the line. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs, nobody on base. Well, the Barnstormers working to patch up with a couple of holes that had opened up in the bullpen and in the starting rotation with Hall leaving. Chopper toward the middle. Reyes will be there. He fields a high bounce, throws to first, and gets Robinson. Well, the Barnstormers get the leadoff base hit for Mercedes, but can't develop anything. Nobody left on base through 3.5. York leading by the score of 1-0.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Well, the question for the Barnstormers now, and for those of us who follow the team closely, was it, did the Barnstormers really surprise everyone? And I think they did. After losing 3 critical players to the batting order, Clark and Dugan going down to injuries, Shaver being picked up by the Toronto Blue Jays, and it didn't seem to faze the team at all for a while. But now you're in this series in York, and the Barnstormers have generally succeeded over here this year. And the club has 1 run on 7 hits in 13 innings. How badly do you miss those 3 guys now? Dugan and Clark were the 2 best hitters in the season series as the Barnstormers were up 12 games to 8. And they are definitely missed these first 2 nights here. A ball is inside to Jeffrey Perez, 1-0 from Eric Manoah. Manoah has gone to so many deep counts tonight. He hasn't overall pitched badly, but so many deep counts. Now a line drive base hit into right field for Perez. The leadoff man is on here in the 4th inning. Lenin Rodriguez will come to the plate. Rodriguez walked back in the 2nd inning. If you're the Barnstormers, you really need Manoah to get through 5 innings tonight. save the DH. You've got Tyler Hill and Trace Lair available off the bench if you lose the DH. Infield set, double play depth here. Throw to first base. Perez, who has stolen 11, is back in. This has been another hole that has opened up. Peroni, for a good part of this season, was throwing out base runners at a fairly high rate. But since he's taken over every day, not the case. The pitch, one he can handle, but he bobbles it. And Perez is in safely with his 12th steal. They're going to put pressure on the Barnstormers here. The pitch was a strike. Peroni stood up. It was a great start by Perez. I don't think the throw would have gotten there in time, despite the fact that Peroni was in position to get off the good throw. Second inning in a row that has been led off by a York base hit to Manoah. A strike on the outside corner, make it 0-2 on Lenin Rodriguez. But Peroni's rate of success throwing out opposing stealers has diminished as he's had to be out there every day. 0-2 pitch coming. The slider doesn't quite nip that outside edge. He wanted it. Now it is ball 1 and 2 strikes on Lenin Rodriguez with a runner in scoring position and nobody out. Here in the lower half of the fourth inning. One and two. Manoah to the plate, and that is fouled right straight down. So again, close, but no cigar. Manoah's walked 3. He has 3 strikeouts, but one of those reached base, and that's when the run scored back in the second inning. As a team, the Revs are 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position, and that is why the Barnstormers are still lurking around. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Rodriguez. Manoah with a breaking ball, but it's outside. We get to 2-2. York at least looking to pick up a second run here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Rodriguez fights it off. It's popped up first base side. Peroni will jog over, but never had a chance. And we continue at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Niall Ball, Wednesday night, faded in the heat. Came out after 5 innings and 74 pitches. The last Barnstormer starter to go 6 was Oscar De La Cruz on Tuesday. Manoah went 6 last Sunday. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, the high set for Eric Manoah. He'll come to the plate. That is upstairs. And he's gone to 3-2 on Rodriguez. 80 pitches now for Eric Manoah through 3+ innings. Encarnacion is on deck, and then Reyes. Here's the 3-2. That's also high, and he's walked his 4th. First and second with nobody out. Encarnacion will come to the plate. He has struck out twice against Eric Manoah. Barnstormers have already used 1 timeout in this game. And again, you run the risk of a big inning here. York getting another chance. They left a man at third base in the first inning. They left the bases loaded in the second. Runners at first and third last inning. First and second with nobody out here. Encarnacion digs in. Manoah to the plate. Strike is taken on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Now Eric Manoah trying to find that double play ground ball. Eventually, if the Barnstormers continue to get out of these innings, the tide is going to turn in this game. And to some degree, it's surprising that it hasn't. To Encarnacion 0-1, he takes a big rip and misses. Manoah has him at 0-2. There is action in the Lancaster bullpen. There has to be. But how deep can you keep going into the pen night after night? Tomorrow, Oscar De La Cruz with the start in conditions where the heat index is likely to be over 100. Got the heat advisory up for tomorrow. No balls, 2 strikes to Encarnacion. Manoah deals, and it's fouled away. And here we go again. No balls, 2 strikes, the continuing count to Encarnacion, first and second with nobody out. Peroni and Manoah will get together on signs here. No timeout is charged. It's Dominic DeSabatino that is warming up in the Barnstormers pen. They do have arms out there. It's not to say that everybody is used up because there are so many in the pen, but they've had to use it a lot. 0-2, Encarnacion dribbles a foul. It's like we watch this so often. These 2-strike foul balls, and the next thing you know, it goes from 0-2 to 2-2, 3-2. And it's not just this year. 2 strikes to Encarnacion. Here's the pitch. Big breaking ball. That one sets him down. Encarnacion strikes out looking for the second time. Total of 4 strikeouts for Eric Manoah. We have 1 out, and now Manoah's a double play from getting out of the inning. Reyes has hit into a force out, and he is doubled off the wall and left. 1 out of 2 in the ball game here tonight. York 1, Lancaster nothing. We play the bottom of the 4th inning. Wind is really picked up, too, blowing out toward right field. As I said, there were some storms out to the west, not expected ever to get here. They're on the other side of Interstate 81. Now to Reyes, fastball very high, speared by Peroni on the back end. He's had to save a few. Ball 1, no strikes, the count on Reyes. Perez and Rodriguez out to their leads. They take off. The pitch, a breaking ball for a strike. Peroni will try to throw against the back runner and not get him. A double steal. Runners are at second and third. Net actually was a ball, so Reyes batting at 2-0. Carlos Franco, the third baseman, waits on deck. Now the Barnstormers bring the infielders in. Though I think it's somewhat risky here in the 4th inning. 2-0 on Reyes. First base is open. Hoover's backed up a few steps now, but the other 3 are tight to the grass. The pitch is a fastball just up, and ball 3, it is 3-0. Three balls and nothing. First base is open, but you run into murderer's row. Not that Reyes is a slouch. Called strike. It's 3-1. Just 1-0 York here in the bottom of the 4th inning. But Manoah has thrown 90 pitches and nicely only 46. Elmer Reyes batting at 3-1 with first base open. 3 stolen bases in the inning. 3-1 pitch is popped up. Backpedaling is Melvin. Mercedes with the catch, and the runners are forced to hold. If that ball is 20 feet deeper, that's one of the reasons that you don't always like to bring those infielders in. Reyes pops out. Here is Carlos Franco. So pick your poison, Franco or Nash. Carlos Franco has tapped out in front of the plate and doubled on an accident. Devon Torrance never saw the ball in center. He was not within 100 feet of where that ball came down. That was leading off the third inning. Manoah with a chance to work out of another jam. He's been playing some kind of video game tonight where his avatar is in constant peril and somehow surviving. Can he get through Franco? Second and third, 2 outs, and it's down and in for a ball. 1-0 the count. This is 9 base runners for the Revs in the game. And to this point, they are 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. If it gets to 0 for 10, at some point, the momentum has to swing to the Barnstormers' favor. 1 ball, no strikes to Franco. A friendly wind blowing out to right. Manoah is off the inside corner, 2-0. And it may be that they feel a little bit comfortable, more comfortable, never comfortable, but a little bit more comfortable pitching to Telvin Nash. And now they're going to walk Franco intentionally to bring Nash up. Nash is grounded to short on a diving play by Hoover, and he is flied to center. Definitely pick your poison. And behind one door is cyanide, and the other door is strychnine with these two. They're going to have to pitch to Nash with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Manoah now giving up his 5th walk, this one ultimately intentional. Bases are loaded with 2 men down. It's just 1-0. Perez at third, Rodriguez at second, Franco the runner at first. Here's the pitch to Nash. Breaking ball is there, strike 1. Manoah gets ahead in the count. Next offering, outside and low. He has to throw strikes. He has to throw pitches toward the plate. You can't afford another third strike wild pitch with the bases loaded. That's how York scored the other run. 1-1, the count to Telvin Nash. Manoah will bring it to the plate. Bouncing ball to third. Felice will take it to the bag, and Manoah dodges out of another inning. 5 unassisted for the putout on Lenin Rodriguez. In the inning, it is no runs on a hit, no errors, and for the second time tonight, the Revs lead the bases loaded. It seems like a lopsided game, but on the scoreboard, it is just York 1 and Lancaster nothing.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauers will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauers in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
York continues to struggle, and that's putting it mildly, with runners on base tonight. And the Barnstormers, as a result, are very much alive. Lancaster's had 2 base runners and sent 1 over the minimum to the plate in 4 innings with 46 pitches thrown by Austin Nicely. Meanwhile, York has left 9 runners on. They have had 10 different base runners. They are, as a team, 0 for 3 with the bases loaded and 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Well, they kept the Barnstormers in it, or Manoah has kept his team in it by making the good pitches when he's had to. And here's Anderson Felice. He flied to center his first time up as the Barnstormers try to ignite some offense. Nicely will deliver. It's high, and ball 1. Sandoval and Peroni following here in the top of the 5th inning. 1-0 in favor of York. And a Felice fastball is outside, 2-0. At some point, you would think the Barnstormers would be able to jump on an opportunity. Strike to the outer edge. It's 2-1. Mercedes a leadoff base hit in the 4th inning. That's the only safety off of Nicely to this point. We've seen some great defensive play by the Revs. That's kept the Barnstormers from getting started a couple of different times. 3-1 now to Anderson Felice. He'll take a walk here. Nicely kicks, brings it home. That's fouled away. It would have been strike 2 anyhow. So not a common full count on the other side. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Felice. Manoah still with the chance to get through 5 innings, but he'll be over 100 pitches if he does. Here's the payoff. Felice fouls one off. He gets to stick around at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Last night's game took 2 hours, 59 minutes, ending at 1:06 in the morning. Here's the payoff. Felice with a line drive straight to the center fielder, Stokes. Easy play for him, and there is 1 down. The Barnstormers can't avoid the York defense tonight, no matter what they do. They've seen some great plays made against them, and that one routine on a hard hit ball. Brings on Ariel Sandoval, who's grounded to third base, his 1 time up tonight. Franco going to his left to handle it. York continues to lead by 1. The Barnstormers have not had a runner beyond first base for the night. Sandoval watches the ball go by outside. It's 1-0. Last night, it was Jorge Martinez checking the Barnstormers on 4 hits over 7 innings. Tonight, Nicely has allowed just 1 in 4 1/3 to Sandoval. It drifts back to the inside corner. Strike 1 taken. It is 1-1. Ross knows he has to beef up the offense. He's not to see. He was encouraged by the way the team played for a couple of weeks after losing all those big guns, swing and a miss 1 and 2, but he wasn't tricked into thinking he could go the rest of the first half like that. Sandoval is wearing a different jersey I see out there tonight. Bats at 1 ball and 2 strikes against Nicely. Peroni waits on deck. The motion, and Nicely to the plate. Ground ball left side, and again, it's Franco to his left, gunning down Sandoval. 2 outs, and it brings on Peroni, who flied to the warning track, and a nice catch by Encarnacion back in the 2nd inning. Finally getting some air movement here in the press box. I'm not sure if the air conditioning finally kicked in. exactly what's going on, but it feels a little bit better. 1-0, York leads. Top half of the fifth inning. Lancaster cannot solve nicely, but I think even more so, they can't solve the defense. They hit the ball right into the defense seemingly every single plate appearance. Fastball is outside. Ball one, the count on Peroni. Jake Hoover waiting on deck. The Barnstormers had a 4-run eighth on Thursday night. Check swing, but the breaking ball is there, and it's 1-1. But that was, I guess in college football, they call it garbage time. Cordero, a nice 3-run homer, and made it exciting. Peroni holds again. 2-1 the count. Fans disappointed that Jerry Martinez did not give that to Austin nicely, but looked from here like Peroni held in time, certainly. Anthony bats 2-1. Jake Hoover on deck. 1-0 York here in the fifth inning. Peroni takes outside for ball 3. The other runs for the Barnstormers that night, the only run after the fifth inning was a home run by Robinson, a home run by Mercedes for the only run not in garbage time on Thursday night, and a Mercedes home run last night. That's an easy fly out to right. And the 1-2-3 inning for the third time tonight for Austin nicely. We're in the middle of the fifth inning, 4.5 in the books, and it is 1-0 in favor of York.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive into the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at dutchapple.com to reserve your tickets today.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
Eric Manoa will face Nelly Rodriguez, Melky Mesa, and Troy Stokes Jr. as we go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Manoa has, well, he's certainly been tough when it's mattered. He has just run so many full counts. He has thrown 96 pitches in 4 innings. He has faced 22 batters in crazy heat and humidity. Probably a good thing he's from South Florida. He can withstand it maybe a little bit better than us mere mortals. However, it's going to take a toll on a human body when he's absolutely had his back to the wall tonight and needed an out. He's been able to get it. And he has gotten Nash with the bases loaded. He has gotten Reyes with the bases loaded. He's gotten Mesa and Stokes with runners at first and third. And now he'll start off the bottom of the fifth with a strike to Nelly Rodriguez, who has grounded out and walked so far. Eric has walked 5 and struck out 4 in 4 innings of work. Here comes the 0-1. Rodriguez will look at a fastball upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. That's the 46th time that Manoa has missed the zone in this game. In contrast, nicely 25. The Barnstormers are hitting into outs. Nicely has only struck out 2. Swing and a miss. Manoa gets ahead of Nelly Rodriguez at 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we play the bottom half of the 5th inning. Wind really blowing out toward right field here. Here's the pitch. He went after it. Nelly Rodriguez has gone on strikes. That's number 5 for Manoa. Here is Mesa. He is singled and popped out to first. One of the 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Troy Stokes Jr. waiting on deck. Barnstormers trailing by a run. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. It is low and a ball to Mesa, 1-0. The other element here is that Manoa needs 2 more outs to save the designated hitter and keep Ross from being forced to go to that thin bench. High and inside, make it 2-0 to Mesa with Stokes waiting on deck. And now it does look like that rain they think it's going to get here. Part of it pushed out ahead. High and inside, we go to 3-0 on Mesa now. After the strikeout of Nelly Rodriguez to start the inning. Three balls and no strikes. Manoa's pitch, wide of the plate. He just walked his 6th. Mesa will head on down. Troy Stokes Jr. stepping in. He has fouled to first and struck out here tonight. The rain is expected around 9 o'clock. I don't know if it's going to last long enough to make them think about scrubbing the game afterwards. We are official. They don't need to be concerned about that. 1 out, Mesa the base runner. Stokes stands in, Manoa to the plate, and this ball is hit high to center. Gauging it is Torrance. Devon comes down with it. That is the 2nd out, and it will bring on Jeffrey Perez. Manoa needs to get 1 more guy, and he'll spare the designated hitter. 105 pitches for Eric tonight. I got to give him credit. He has not folded. He's kept the Barnstormers in. He's given his club a chance. Despite all the York base runners. And if you're looking at it, of course, from York's perspective, you're banging your head against the wall. You don't have that big hit. Perez has walked and singled so far. Mesa leads from first base, not a long lead. The pitch breaks low. Ball 1 and no strikes. Defense, of course, back here with 2 outs. Take a long extra base hit to score Mesa. And the offering is right there. Good pitch. Looked like he took something off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, there's plenty of rain out to our west. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fouled at the dish. Scoreboard reads 2-1. Bill Worthington corrects it. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Manoah needs to make one more decent pitch, and you've got to think his work is over for the night. 1-2 to Jeffrey Perez. Mesa leads off first. The pitch is skied to left center field. This is trouble. Torrance back. Torrance track. Torrance leaping up and making the catch for the final out. And Eric Manoah's night is likely over. And boy, oh boy, did he pitch tough when he had to. No runs, no hits, no errors. One man left. That is 10 stranded by the Revs. And we'll hit the 6th inning with the score, York 1 and Lancaster nothing.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Austin Nicely still has a lot of arm left tonight. We'll be facing Hoover, Torrance, and Dunston as we go to the 6th inning. Very nice catch made by Devon Torrance to close out the bottom of the 5th, and in all likelihood, the night for Eric Manoah. 109 pitches. 4 hits, 6 walks, 5 strikeouts, but just 1 run. Here's Hoover, a strikeout victim his first time up. Now a slow ground ball to short. Reyes can look at the ball, throw to first, and he's late. Hoover sprints across on an infield single on what looked like a routine play, but Reyes underestimated Jake's speed. That had all the makings of a routine play. And Reyes, as I said, looked at the baseball. He didn't have time to. Hoover is on to start off the 6th. Devon Torrance, the batter. He was robbed by Stokes in center back in the 3rd inning with a diving catch. Ball is low, 1-0. And the Barnstormers have their shot here. Leadoff runner on. It was a defensive mistake by Reyes, allowing Hoover to beat it out. Torrance bats at 1-0. Dunston waits on deck. Nicely looks toward first. And Devon shortens the bunt, offers at it, and it's 1-1. Infield will set up at double play depth. Franco creeps in for the bunt. Torrance swings away and fouls to the backstop. Make it 1-2. Lancaster's got to find a way to get Hoover over. He's 13 for 14, stealing bases on the year. Nelly Rodriguez holds him. Can he get a read on Nicely? That's just a lob toss. and you can't do much with that information. You haven't seen his best. Only the third Lancaster base runner of the game. Hoover beating out the infield single. Torrance bats 1 and 2. Nicely comes to the set. The pitch, strike 3 on the outside corner. That is the third for Nicely tonight. And again, you get the leadoff man on, and Lancaster hasn't moved anybody. They haven't gotten anybody to second base tonight. Last night, they had the Mercedes home run, but in only 2 other innings did the Barnstormers get a runner into scoring position. Now here is Dunston. He's 0 for 2, and he's gotten suddenly very cold. To the plate is Nicely, and it's a ball inside, 1-0. On deck is Melvin Mercedes, who could easily be 2 for 2 tonight, but he does have the 1 hit. His streak alive at 20 games. Tomorrow, he can break the record. To Dunston here. Sean's crowded again. It's ball 2, 2-0. Lancaster looking at the very minimum to get Jake Hoover around to tie the game. And you want to make York pay for that. That was just a mental mistake on Reyes' part, and you won't see many. Here's a 2-0. Dunston swings away and chops a foul. It's now 2-1. York scoring in the bottom of the second on a bases-loaded strikeout, with the pitch getting past Peroni, a wild pitch, charged to Manoah. It's been the only run of the game. York has had a ton of chances, and realistically, the Barnstormers haven't had any. Nicely works to Dunston at 2 balls and a strike. The fastball misses low. Nicely has gone to some 3-ball counts recently. He has not walked a man all night. Dunston is pretty good at taking them. Sean Dunston Jr. bats 3-1. Nicely looks toward first. He'll come to the plate, and it's ball 4. The Barnstormers have runners at first and second, a burgeoning rally in the 6th inning. This is the furthest the Barnstormers have been able to push an inning tonight. They've got Mercedes now stepping in. Melvin is 1 for 2. You'd love, if you're the Barnstormers, to get a couple of runs on the board here in the top of the 6th with that rain approaching. And I don't know the club realizes that it is. It looks fine at the moment here. To Mercedes, fouled to the screen. It's 0-1. Hoover at second, Dunston at first. You've got great speed all the way around here. So you have options. But the Barnstormers are in one of those ruts where things are tending to backfire. Cordero waiting on deck. 1 strike, the count to Melvin Mercedes. The pitch, taken low. And we have a count of a ball and a strike. York 1, Lancaster nothing. We're playing the top half of the 6th inning. And the Barnstormers with a runner into scoring position for the first time in the ball game. Mercedes backing away before Nicely can deliver the 1 ball, 1 strike offering. Left-hander down to the set, glancing at Hoover. Mercedes ground ball right side. That'll be fielded by the second baseman. Perez goes to Reyes for the force. No chance to double up Mercedes where that ball was hit. And Cordero must come through with runners at first and third. As soon as Perez had to go to his left to field that ground ball, any chance at a double play was lost. Dunston is forced 4-6. And now it's all about Cordero finding a way to get Jake Hoover across from third. Andretti's been hit by a pitch, and he's grounded into a double play so far tonight. York leading 1-0 in the top of the 6th inning. We've got rain moving in. To Cordero, inside and low. It's a ball, 1-0. Trayvon Robinson in the on-deck circle. Lancaster has been very stymied offensively here tonight. Cordero on a hitting streak of 8 coming in. He awaits the 1-0. Just off the outside corner for ball 2. Fans here in York disgruntled about the call. 2 balls, no strikes. Jake Hoover just 90 feet away. Here's the 2-0. Cordero, ground ball, shortstop. It'll end the inning. The underhanded toss from Reyes to Perez nicely gets a pair of ground balls and is out of the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and the Barnstormers leave 2. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th, and in all likelihood, a new Barnstormers pitcher. It's 1-0 York.
The sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the unforgettable sensations of the Lexus Performance lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
Dominic DeSabatino will come on for the 6th inning. Eric Manoah Jr. Quite an adventure out there tonight. He kept putting himself into dangerous situations. Along the way tonight, he was a cliffhanger, a skydiver. He went on a salvage expedition, climbed Mount Everest, and through it all, he emerges a survivor. 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, walked 6, one of those ultimately intentional, didn't start off that way, and he struck out 5 through 1 wild pitch, and that was the moment that cost him. The only run on a 3rd strike wild pitch back in the 2nd inning. Now, Dominic DeSabatino is on for the 6th inning. And again, we don't know how much more we're going to get in here tonight. And that's why we wanted the Barnstormers to at least tie the game in the top half of the 6th inning. DeSabatino on for his 2nd relief appearance since coming off the disabled list. Overall 2-2 with a 5.18 ERA. 21 hits in 24 1/3 innings. He's walked 13, struck out 19. Dom pitched in the Thursday ball game against Charleston. He walked his first 2 batters and got out of it from there. Lenin Rodriguez has walked twice here tonight. He steps in. You hope to get to Robinson, Felice, and Sandoval in the top of the 7th. There's a bouncer up the third base line, and Anderson Felice will make sure that goes foul. He overruns it intentionally. A foul ball, and Rodriguez bats at 0-1. He walked against Manoah back in the 2nd to load the bases and walked in the 4th inning to put runners at 1st and 2nd. Then he and Jeffrey Perez pulled off a double steal. 3 stolen bases off Manoah and Peroni in that 4th inning, but they still never scored because they couldn't come up with the base hit to follow. One strike on Lenin Rodriguez. Defense pulled a little bit to the left. The 6'4" DeSabatino deals and finds the inside corner for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. A lot of room down the first base line for Rodriguez. Cordero is playing far off the bag. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It is a fastball upstairs and ball 1, 1-2. York continuing to lead 1-0 as the Barnstormers offense, which had produced at times a lot of runs on that last homestand, has gone flat here in York. 1 run on 8 hits over 15 innings in the 2 games. DeSabatino drops down and gets a swinging 3rd strike out of Lenin Rodriguez, who chased it out of the zone. 1 out, and here is J.C. Encarnacion, who's had a heck of a night in the field and not much of one at the plate. He is 0 for 3, although his at-bat did produce the run back in the 2nd inning. He doesn't get credit for it. It's just a strikeout on his record. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Robinson, Felice, Sandoval, middle of the order, scheduled in the 7th inning. Dominic to the plate. There's the lower arm angle and a swing and a miss by Encarnacion. It is 0-1. York has let the Barnstormers stay in this game. No balls, 1 strike to Encarnacion. DeSabatino will fire and nail the outside corner. It's 0-2. Love the way Dom's throwing tonight. Ooh, he's tough. In reality, the only pitcher that York has gotten to this weekend has been Gann, who ended up allowing 5 extra base hits in 3 innings last night. 0-2. Encarnacion awaits. It is just out of the zone, but that had to have Encarnacion thinking. Ball 1 and 2 strikes from DeSabatino. Dom working 1 and 2 to Encarnacion. That's down and away. Ball 2 and 2 strikes. DeSabatino, I really believe, needs to get through this inning quickly. Here's the pitch. He gets another one. Encarnacion has gone on strikes for the 4th time. Lancaster pitching has struck out 7. Here is Reyes, who is 1 for 3. One to nothing. 6th inning of baseball here tonight. 2 outs. Reyes will step in. Great start to the night for Dominic DeSabatino, who could conceivably start down the road. That's in flux right now. Foul ball back. It's 0-1. I know Ross has said that he wants to work Fenter into a starting spot. Gray Fenter, one of the newcomers today, in case you're just joining us. The other is Brandon Sittinger. That's Brandon spelled with a Y instead of an O. 1 strike pitch coming. Reyes swings over the top of that. It's 0-2. DeSabatino has been murder here in this 6th inning. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Lancaster's pitchers last night struck out 14. Tonight it's 7 through 5 2/3 innings. The average for the year just under 1 per inning. 0-2, and that's line caught by Cordero. Reyes trying to go down the right field line for yet another extra base hit. Cordero's in the way. It's a 1-2-3 inning, and the Barnstormers will get the bat in the top half of the 7th inning. Again, rain appears to be on our doorstep. We are through 6 tonight here at Peoples Bank Park. It is York 1 and the Barnstormers nothing.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Here's Trayvon Robinson to open up the 7th for the Barnstormers. York has a run, 4 hits, no errors. They have left 10. The Barnstormers, no runs, 2 hits with no errors, 3 left. Robinson turns on a pitch and drives a looping fly ball foul over the third base seats. It is 0-1. And the Barnstormers, I think, need to have something develop pretty quickly here. A ball is high. It is 1-1. The rain is not here yet. It is coming. 1-1. Robinson stays away from it. Nicely misses low. 2 balls and a strike. The Barnstormers with just 4 base runners in 6 innings. They've had 2 leadoff singles. In the last inning, they got Hoover as far as third. Robinson takes the 2-1 and lifts a fly ball foul down the right field side and out of play. Encarnacion giving up on that about halfway through. Trayvon batting at 2-2. He is only 3 for 26 against York in the season series. He has not driven in a run. He had a single in the 9th inning last night. Here's the 2-2 offering. He fouls it off. The count hangs on at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Felice and Sandoval scheduled to follow nicely to the plate. Robinson looks at ball 3, and we get to a full count. Nicely is not as efficient as he had been earlier. And now the rain is just off to our west, but it looks like the heavy stuff is starting to dip to the south, so maybe we will get the full 9 in. 3-2, sails high and outside. And the Barnstormers have the leadoff man on for the 3rd time in the last 4 innings. Do you have Anderson Felice bunt here? There's got to be a temptation to it. York will have somebody begin to throw in the bullpen. The patches of yellow and orange had been to our immediate west, and now they're all down in Maryland. How about that? Weather's quirky. 1-0 York, tying run at first base for the Barnstormers. Nicely to Felice. Anderson goes for the first pitch, skies this to right field. Encarnacion covers that right field line very well. That is a quick out. Picked up by Nicely. One away, and Robinson still at first. The batter will be Sandoval. Ariel tonight is grounded out twice to the third baseman, Franco. Three times now the Barnstormers have had the leadoff man reach base. 3 times the next batter has not moved him to second. Action has begun in the York bullpen. Sandoval batting against Nicely with 1 out and 1 on here. Infield sets, double play depth. The Revs have turned 1 tonight. Here's the pitch to Ariel, chipped out to right field. That one is down for a base hit. Robinson is going to make a turn at second and hold. Encarnacion sprinting in to make the play. And now Lancaster has men at first and second for the second inning in a row. Anthony Peroni will be the batter. He has twice flied out to right field tonight. He's got 2 on with 1 out. Peroni 6 for 44, batting 136 with runners in scoring position. And we're going to have a conversation at the mound. York can afford it. It's the 7th inning. Obviously, they haven't gone out to visit Austin Nicely at all tonight. So they're going to discuss the play at hand. Trayvon Robinson, the runner at second, and Ariel Sandoval aboard at first base. Barnstormers recording their 3rd hit of the game. They've all been singles. The Mercedes homer to left center field in the 6th inning last night is still Lancaster's only extra base hit in the 2 games of this series. It is Duke von Schaman warming up now for York. Robinson at second, Sandoval the runner at first, Peroni at the plate. Nicely to the set. Peroni takes a high outside breaking ball, 1-0. Nicely appears to be coming toward the end of his night. 32 pitches through the first 3 innings, but now he is at 88 here in the 7th. Robinson and Sandoval both can run fairly well. The 1-0 pitch, Peroni will take a strike at the knees on the inside corner. It's 1-1. Jake Hoover is the on-deck batter, so somebody toward the bottom of the order has to come up big here in this 7th inning in case the rain does arrive. Again, somehow all of a sudden the chance is dissipating. Here's the 1-1. Peroni lets it go. Ball 2 is outside on the heater. The edge to Anthony. 2 balls and a strike. Encarnacion made a heck of a play against Peroni back in the 2nd inning. He's gone to right field both times. The second one was routine. The first one was anything but. And the wind is blowing toward right field here tonight. Two and 1. Nicely comes to the set. Peroni swings and misses at a high fastball, and it's 2-2. Anthony just 4 for 28 against the Revs in the season series. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. The motion, the pitch, again driven out the right field, measured by Encarnacion. He'll make the catch, and the Barnstormers do not have Robinson tagged to go to third. 3 nines for Peroni in the game, and now it is up to Hoover if the Barnstormers are to score here in the 7th inning. Peroni now just 1 out of his last 19 after getting hot in the midst of that winning streak. Well, it's up to Hoover, who beat out a scratch hit in the 6th inning. Robinson and Sandoval, the runners. Hoover has to come through here. Barnstormers trailing by a run in the 7th inning. Nicely glances back to Jake. Fastball is strike 1. Robinson led off the inning with a walk. 1 out later, Sandoval poked a single into right field. To Hoover, high and outside, a ball and a strike. If Robinson had been able to go to third on the Sandoval base hit and he thought about it, Peroni's fly ball ties the game. Lancaster's offense hasn't been terribly energetic in these 2 games. And realistically, for about 3.5. Here's the pitch to Hoover. He swings and misses. One ball and 2 strikes. After a stretch where everybody was contributing and they were putting so many runs on the board, exploding for 18 against the Genomes, 16 against Charleston, and that was without their being at full strength. Now to Hoover, fastball is outside. Well, the inning is still breathing here. Lancaster down 1-0 in the 7th with 2 on and 2 out. Trying to get Trayvon Robinson home. Here is the pitch, fouled back. And Hoover gets to stick it out here. Jake batting .220 for the season with runners in scoring position. But he's hitting .205 off of lefties. Peroni had just been 2 for 38. He's coming into this stretch where somebody needs a hit. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The lefty nicely to the set, and to Hoover. Jake swings, drives it toward the wall and left, and that is going to be off the wall. Robinson will score. Sandoval heading for third. He'll make it. Hoover into second with a game-tying double. Jake comes through with his 15th double of the year. The Barnstormers draw even, and Torrance will have a chance to put them in the lead. Jake Hoover with a big swing and the extra base hit. Here in the 7th inning, he has tied the game, and here comes Mark Mason. He is not compelled to make a change here, but nicely has seen his pitch total come close to 100. He is not going to get the win tonight, and that, to some extent, is a shame on his behalf. Austin nicely departs. Devon Torrance will be facing Duke Van Schamen when play resumes. We're tied at 1-1.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the confidence of Lexus Safety System Plus. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See Owner's Manual.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame Induction Weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Austin Nicely departs after 6 2/3 innings, 4 hits, and to this point, a run allowed. He walked 2. Those come in the last 2 innings, and one of those comes across to score. And 3 strikeouts for Nicely here tonight. Now, neither he nor Eric Manoah will win, but if Torrance comes through against Duke Van Schamen, the Barnstormers could hand Austin Nicely the loss. Nicely got slaughtered by the Barnstormers in the Clipper Magazine Stadium opener this year. Since then, he's pitched extremely well in this season series. So here is Torrance. He is flied to center on a diving catch by Stokes, and he is struck out looking. Those are against Nicely. Devon has been a better hitter from the left side of the plate. He'll face Van Schamen, who's 3-2 with a 5.51 ERA, but again, he's pitched well against Lancaster. Sandoval at third, Hoover at second in a 1-1 ball game. Lancaster new life here in the 7th inning. Van Schamen to the plate. Torrance will take a ball just low. It's 1-0. 98 pitches for Austin Nicely in the game tonight. Manoah left at 109 after 5 innings. Torrance trying to deliver Sandoval, and he'd like to get Hoover home as well. Line down the left side, and it is foul into the Lancaster bullpen. 1-1 to Torrance. Well, that would have come in handy, but everybody knew after about the first half a second that that ball had no chance to stay inside the stripe. Torrance batting at 1-1 here, looking for another pitch that he can handle from Van Schamen. The veteran York right-hander delivers, and Torrance, it's a fly ball to center. This is gauged by Stokes, who will make the catch, and the inning comes to a close. Hoover ties it up with a double, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. Lancaster leaves 2. We're at the stretch, tied at 1.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Dominic DeSabatino, who threw a perfect 6th inning, has to run the gauntlet of Franco Nash and Nelly Rodriguez with Melky Mesa in the hole in the bottom of the 7th. The Barnstormers have tied the game at 1 on the 2-out RBI double for Jake Hoover in the top half of this 7th inning. Taking a look at what else is transpiring around the Atlantic League on this Saturday evening. It is 5-2. Lexington over Staten Island, bottom half of the 7th. Long Island leads Southern Maryland 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. So both of those, good news for the Barnstormers, at least for now. Charleston up 5-2 over Wild Health in the bottom of the 6th. Then Gastonia has High Point down 5-1 in the top of the 8th. This could be a banner night for the Barnstormers if they pull this one out. DeSabatino has to pitch delicately here in the 7th inning, though, with this trio coming up. Carlos Franco has bounced out ahead of the plate. He has doubled to center, and a fly ball lost by Torrance, and he has walked intentionally after Manoah fell behind him 2-0 with a base open. Nick Howard is now warming up in the bullpen for York. Van Schamen ended an inning, so he doesn't have to stay out there. Ball is low, 1-0 on Franco. DeSabatino hardly missed in that 6th inning. He struck out 2 and got a line out when he was ahead of Reyes at 0-2. Ball 1, no strikes. The count on Carlos Franco. Here's the motion to Sabatino to the plate. Big home run swing, but a foul ball back the other way. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. The extra base hits for York tonight, doubles by Reyes and Franco. And for the Barnstormers, the game-tying double by Hoover. That was his 22nd extra base hit of the year. 1 ball, 1 strike to the league RBI leader. Also has 27 home runs, 23 doubles. The pitch, swing and a miss. DeSabatino with a fastball around the outer edge. It's 1-2. Leadoff batter here in the 7th inning. Dom is ready to go. Here's the 1-2. He runs Franco back off the plate. We go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. The rain, which had been on our doorstep, is still on the doorstep, but it's not moving. It is apparently blocked to the east, and it doesn't look like it's going to get here. It was bearing down. It was approaching York County. We were up to a 77% chance at 9 o'clock. Here's a 2-2. Just fouled off by Franco. Again, DeSabatino dropping his arm slot. Dom spent a lot of time on the disabled list, and it was because of a problem with a tendon in his hand. It fortunately was not elbow or shoulder related. Those are far worse for a pitcher, but still, it was troublesome. And it just required some rest, some treatment, and finally he was able to throw again. He had that false start at Staten Island back around the 1st of June. Here's a 2-2. Franco is crowded. This has been a great at-bat for Carlos Franco. DeSabatino has almost had him struck out twice. And now he has pushed the count to 3-2, leading off the bottom of the 7th inning. Three balls, 2 strikes. This is an important pitch to set the tone after the Barnstormers have just tied the game. Payoff is coming. DeSabatino throws ball 4. And the tie-breaking run heads down to first. 7th walk given up by Lancaster pitching tonight. The batter will be Telvin Nash. He was kept in check by Manoah at 0 for 3. 2 ground balls and a flyout. Jake Hoover, who just tied the game with a double, kept York from scoring in the first with a diving stop against Nash. Leadoff man is on. You don't have to be terribly concerned about the stolen base here. Franco will stay put as they look for Nash to bash. Lancaster has more action down in the left field bullpen. DeSabatino to Nash, a big swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. We talked about how the Barnstormers lead the league in striking out opposing batters. They're about the middle of the pack in giving up walks, maybe a little bit higher than middle of the pack. Most walks issued by Staten Island, and Lexington is second. 0-1. Nash takes high. The count is now 1-1. Nelly Rodriguez waiting on deck. York trying to retake the lead in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Infield for the Barnstormers set up at double play depth. 1 ball, 1 strike to Telvin Nash. The pitch, he didn't reach for it. It's 2-1. One category, if you look at the league leaderboard, and this speaks volumes, the top 3 in innings pitched in this league all belong to the same club. That is the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. And that's a big part of their success. 2-1. You've got to have your starting pitchers soak up innings. Swing and a miss, it's 2-2. It is Gray Fenter warming up in the bullpen for the Barnstormers. Darrell Thompson has thrown 113 2/3 innings. Mitch Lamson, 99. Eddie Butler, 94 1/3. Jorge Martinez, the guy we saw last night, is 4th. Austin Nicely, with his work tonight, will actually jump ahead of Martinez for 4th. Cameron Gann is 8th. Time should be called. The ball gets loose. Swing and a miss. Nash is gone on strikes. Well, that may be a break for the Barnstormers. That ball rolling free from the bullpen. Time should have been called. None of the umpires saw it, but I think Nash did. 1 out, runner on. Nelly Rodriguez will come to the plate. 0 for 2 with a walk, but I think Nash saw it. Too late to ask for the timeout. Tie-breaking run at first with 1 gone in this bottom half of the 7th inning. Nelly Rodriguez 0 for 2 with a walk here tonight. Lancaster gets the top of the order up in the 8th inning. Wide breaking slider, check swing, and Rodriguez held. It's ball 1 and no strikes. On the Major League scoreboard, first game of a doubleheader, the Guardians over the White Sox 7-4. Chicago turning the tables in game 2. They lead 3-0 at the end of 6. 1-0. Here is the set by DeSabatino, and it's way outside and low. Rodriguez bats at 2-0. With Mesa waiting on deck. Houston beats Seattle 3-1. Justin Verlander with his 13th. Toronto, behind Alek Manoah, defeated Boston 4-1. Alek is 11-4 now. Much tamer game than last night. Phillies are in the 10th against the Cubs, tied at 1. Minnesota has a healthy lead, 8-3 at Detroit in the bottom of the 8th inning. St. Louis 6. Cincinnati 3 in the bottom of the 7th. 2 balls and nothing here. Rodriguez awaits the pitch. He gets ball 3 high. It's 3-0. DeSabatino in danger of putting a second man on. Pirates are up 1-0 over Miami at the end of 6. The Yankees lead the Orioles 3-2 in the 6th inning. No matter how hot the Orioles are over the last decade or so, they can't beat the Yankees. 3 balls, no strikes. DeSabatino to Rodriguez. Ground ball, third base. Scooped up. Felice out at second. Mercedes back to first in a double play. Nelly Rodriguez swinging 3-0, hoping to catch a fat pitch. Instead, grounds into an inning-ending double play. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody is left on. We're headed to the 8th. The Barnstormers and the Revs having themselves a battle. We are tied at 1.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at dutchapple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Nick Howard, the choice to face the Barnstormers in the 8th inning with Dunston, Mercedes, and Cordero scheduled. Just to finish up our look at the Major League scoreboard, San Diego's up 2-0 over the Mets in the 7th. Kansas City 3, Tampa Bay 1 in the top of the 7th inning. Milwaukee up 4-1 at home against Colorado in the bottom of the 6th. They went long last night. Dodgers 2-0 over San Francisco. They are playing the bottom of the 5th. Atlanta has the LA Angels down 7-2 in the 5th. The Braves trying to catch the Mets. Arizona 2, Washington 1 through 3.5 innings. And Texas and Oakland are just getting started. Howard takes over on the hill. Second night in a row we've seen him. He was the guy who pitched the bases loaded in the 9th inning last night, 23-pitch inning. Born in Stamford, Connecticut, lives in Florida, 6'4", 215-pounder is the right-hander Nick Howard in his 20th game, 0-1 with a 2.14 ERA. Gave up 2 hits last night, but in general, pretty tough to hit. Dunston to lead off here in the top of the 8th. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. 4 hits apiece now. The defense has been clean. Still got that wind blowing out toward right field. Nobody's been able to take advantage. It's been very well pitched tonight. Dunston shows bunt, takes a ball inside and low. 1-0. Very well pitched, although a lot of pitches have been used, especially for the Barnstormers staff. It's about 137. There is the bunt back toward the hill. Howard comes up with it, and he had trouble getting a grip initially, but he's still able to gun down Dunston. 1 out here in the 8th, and Melvin Mercedes will come to the plate. Melvin is 1 for 3, so that's good enough to keep his hitting streak going until tomorrow when he can set the franchise record. 1 out, nobody on base here in the 8th inning. We've seen some great D tonight, and that could be added to the list. Once Howard had a little trouble initially getting the throw off, I thought Dunston might have a shot at beating it out, but they got him by a step. Strike 1 on Melvin Mercedes. He singled back in the 4th inning. At the time, the first Barnstormers base hit. He's hit 2 ground balls otherwise, and that is chopped on the right side. It stays low and gets away from Perez. Mercedes is on. That has to be a base hit. The Barnstormers with a 1-out base runner here in the 9th inning. That took a little bit of a quirky hop low, and it spun toward the hole, and it kept Perez from getting there. Now the Barnstormers have a 1-out base runner here in the 8th inning. Mercedes with his 2nd hit tonight. And here is Cordero, who hasn't been able to keep the ball off the ground yet. He is 0 for 2, including a double play back in the 4th inning. He's also been hit by a pitch. That will get to the backstop, and that takes away the double play. Hustling after it is Rodriguez. Mercedes thinks about going to third, just daring Lenin Rodriguez. Now a base hit can put the Barnstormers into the lead here in the 8th inning. You look at the toughness of Manoah tonight when he was under pressure, and it was steady. DeSabatino, a couple of great innings. Hoover coming through in the clutch. Now somebody else has to. Mercedes off second. Breaking ball. Gets the outside corner. And Andretti Cordero bats at a ball and a strike. This would be the ideal time for him to stretch his hitting streak to 9. The right fielder Encarnacion is playing back. Stokes is toward left center. Here's the 1-1. Cordero chips this into right. It's got a base hit. Cutting it off is Encarnacion. Here comes Melvin. The throw is high. Cordero goes to second. He has an RBI single, and Lancaster leads. Andretti Cordero going the other way with a floater over the second baseman, Perez. He's put the Barnstormers on top. That is his 72nd run batted in. And now Lancaster with the opportunity to add to the lead. Cordero at second base on the throw home by Encarnacion. Mercedes is across. Robinson steps in. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. He scored the tying run last inning. And now it is up to the bullpen to hold. To Robinson. Fastball is up, ball 1. Anderson Felice waits on deck. The offense finally springs into action here the last couple of innings, but it's all about Manoah being able to get out of the jams in the first 4 frames. This game could have been blown open early by the Revs. They couldn't come up with a big hit. 2-0 now to Robinson. That should still be Fenter warming up in the bullpen, and then my guess is that you would see Tunnel in the 9th inning. Robinson lets it go. Ball 3 is outside. A walk would set up the double play. It does add another runner. There's more action in the bullpen for the York Revolution. (3-0) to Robinson. He'll get ball 4. He never saw anything. First and second with 1 out. Anderson Felice scheduled to come to the plate. Don't know if York is interested in making a mound change here or not. Felice is 0 for 3 tonight, and he really has been cold. Not so much initially when he came off the injury, but certainly as of late. Just 7 out of his last 53. Looking to drive in an insurance run or 2 here. Cordero is at second, Robinson at first. The wild pitch, certainly instrumental to this inning. You'd have the bases loaded with 1 out without it, and nothing across the plate. Called strike to Felice. It's 0-1. Sandoval is on deck. Now, the Barnstormers certainly could use one more big hit in this 8th inning. Another ball breaking loose from the Barnstormers bullpen. Rosado handling Fenter for the first time. Ventura now is warming up in the bullpen for York. Carlos Ventura. To Felice, high and wide. 1 ball, 1 strike. Top of the 8th, the Barnstormers have the lead now at 2-1. Hoover knocking in the tying run last inning. Cordero the go-ahead run here in the 8th. Now to Anderson Felice. Big swing and a miss. That, I believe, makes it a ball and 2 strikes. The scoreboard is a little bit behind here, unless time had been called on that previous pitch and I didn't see it. Sandoval has 1 hit tonight. He waits on deck. Cordero and Robinson out to their leads. Felice, a line drive caught at the mound. What a reaction by Howard, and that will be a double play to end the inning. Oh, my. The Flyers are calling. 1-3 on that double play. Felice in absolute disbelief. You can't hit it much harder. It looked like an RBI single up the middle. Instead, a double play, and it cuts the Barnstormers off at 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left in the top half of the 8th inning. So the bottom of the 8th will come around. It's 2-1 in favor of Lancaster.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
On to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Barnstormers get to see what they have in right-hander Gray Fenter, a native of West Memphis, Arkansas. He grew up there, signed with the Baltimore Orioles as their 7th-round pick back in 15. His signature season to this point was in 2019. He was 8-2 with the Delmarva Shorebirds and an earned run average of 1.81 for the Shorebirds that year. He stayed with the Orioles in 21. They promoted him to Double-A. He was in Bowie, 6-4 with a 5.47 ERA for the Bay Sox. He was a 6-year free agent and signed with San Francisco during the winter and was recently released from the Double-A Richmond Flying Squirrels. He's facing Melky Mesa to start off the bottom of the 8th inning, trying to hold a 2-1 lead. Fenter, 26 years of age. His first pitch is elevated foul out of play to the right. It's 0-1. Can't wait to get a fix on the velocity here. Fenter was on the 18 and under USA national team several years ago now. 0-1. To Mesa, ground ball left side, and it's off the glove of Anderson Felice, rolling towards second, and that will be a leadoff infield single. Felice diving, got a glove on it, and pushed the ball away from Hoover. Fortunately, that rolled towards second base, and there was no chance for Mesa to move ahead. Infield base hit for Mesa. The tying runs on. Here is Troy Stokes Jr. He is 0 for 3. Dominic DeSabatino pitched 2 hitless innings. He walked 1 and struck out 3. Boy, did that line drive double play change the momentum of the game. Felice scalded it back to the hill. And Cordero could do nothing. Popped up off what looked like a fastball. Cordero clearing the path and foul ground makes the catch. Stokes fouls out for the second time tonight. 1 out, 1 on. And the batter will be the second baseman, Jeffrey Perez, who is 1 for 2 with a walk. Fenter, another hard-throwing right-hander. He's about 6 feet tall. I haven't had a chance to meet him yet. I went down there with the express purpose of doing just that. I did meet Brandon Sittinger. But Fenter, when I made my excursion down to the clubhouse and out to the field, was at the moment nowhere to be found. Perez, the batter, with 1 out, 1 on. Fenter goes to a slider. It's a strike across the knees, and Perez barks with Bill Worthington about that. 0-1 on the switch hitting Perez, who is not likely to have the opportunity to bat right-handed in this series unless Silk comes out and throws an inning somewhere tomorrow. Breaking ball again, and strike 2. And now Perez, along with his backers in the crowd, are fairly disgusted with these 2 calls. Worthington thought they were good, and so did the Barnstormers. 1 out, 1 on here in the bottom of the 8th. Lancaster leads by 1. Fenter works out of the stretch. Here's the 0-2. Fastball topped up the first baseline. Cordero gets in the way of Perez. He'll tag him out, 3 unassisted. But that moves the tying run to second for Lenin Rodriguez. The infield single by Mesa, the first hit by the Revs since Perez led off the 4th inning with a line single into right against Manoah. Two outs with Mesa aboard at second base. Gray Fenter tries to hold the lead for now. Tunnel, I would imagine, would get ready for the 9th inning. Sandoval, Peroni, and Hoover will look to provide insurance. The set, Fenter to the plate, starts him off with a breaking ball. That curveball is good, and Rodriguez trails 0-1. Lancaster 2, York 1, bottom of the 8th inning. Boy, have we played games in the month of July like this against the Revs. Here's the 0-1. Rodriguez takes it high. Ball 1, strike 1. Fenter offering an assortment here in the 8th inning. His fastball has reached 95. Lenin Rodriguez batting at a ball and a strike. Mesa leads off second. The pitch is a fastball out of the zone. Now 2-1. Top of the order, J.C. Encarnacion, the right fielder, waits on deck. Two and 1 to Lenin Rodriguez, a chance to tie it up on a single. Fenter into his motion, swing and a miss. Boy, he hides the ball really well. 2-2. Fenter with a chance to nail this inning down. The right-hander Ventura is now joined by the left-hander Fuller, the closer in the York bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Lenin Rodriguez. Fenter ready to go. Here's the pitch. He got him, a swing and a miss. And welcome to Lancaster, Gray Fenter. That is the 9th strikeout for Lancaster pitching tonight. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. And we're on our way to the 9th inning of baseball here. The Barnstormers leading the York Revolution by the score of 2-1.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Well, the Barnstormers are up 2-1 going into the ninth. Sandoval, Peroni, and Hoover scheduled for Lancaster. And the York Revolution, Mark Mason, NOL Polanco, they operate on their own treasure map. They find buried treasure around the globe like nobody else can. And here's a perfect example. Carlos Ventura takes over in the ninth inning. Ventura is 25 years of age, turned 25 earlier in the month, 6'4", 185. As a 16-year-old, he made 5 appearances for the Atlanta Braves at their Dominican camp team down in the Dominican Republic. He didn't pitch well. He hasn't pitched since. He comes here, 6 hits in 10 1/3 innings, 1 earned run. Sandoval shows bunt. He takes a strike at his 0-1. If there's been an issue with Ventura, it's been walks. He has put 8 on, and he's hit 3. But he has done very well for Mark Mason. Just another rare find that seemingly only York can come up with. The Barnstormers certainly have gotten some great players in here, but by a far more standard route. Breaking ball, and Sandoval swings and misses at that. It's 0-2. Top of the order, Encarnacion, Reyes, and Franco will bat in the ninth inning, and they are likely to see West Tunnel. Tunnel pitched last night, gave up a base hit, struck out 3. 0-2 to Sandoval. Ventura to the plate, slow breaking ball, popped up behind the dish. Sprinting back is Rodriguez. He has room to make the catch. 1 out in the top of the ninth inning. That'll bring on Anthony Peroni, who 3 times tonight has flied out to right field. What damage, if any, did Howard catching that line drive by Felice create? I don't see how the middle infielders could have gotten to that. It was hit that hard. Who knows? Peroni stands in and takes a ball off the plate outside. It is 1-0. Well, you'll still have to hold on to your hats in the top of the ninth, or the bottom of this ninth inning. Ventura 1-0 to Peroni. Anthony tries to reach for it. He went too far. It almost hit him. He committed on it, and it's 1-1. No sign of any control issues for Carlos Ventura in this one. We've seen mostly breaking pitches. He has a fastball in the low 90s. 1-1, way off the plate, and ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Lexington leads Staten Island 5-2 in the ninth inning, and Long Island has defeated Southern Maryland tonight. 2 balls and a strike to Peroni. He'll take ball 3. Jake Hoover on deck. Well, the Barnstormers could really strike it rich with a win tonight. They would be back to a 2-game lead over Southern Maryland, 3 over, actually 4. Yeah, it's 3 over Staten Island. Fouled back. on a nightly basis, I have to correct the second half standings. The Barnstormers have one more loss than the MLB stat crew gives them, and Staten Island one more win. So it would be 2 up on Southern Maryland and conceivably 3 up on Staten Island if the Barnstormers win this one. Here's the payoff to Peroni. Ground ball rolled to the shortstop. Reyes with an easy play, and that is 2 outs with Hoover stepping in. Jake, offensively and defensively, has donned the hero's cloak tonight. He is 2 out of 3 with the big RBI to tie the game back in the 7th inning, and he also saved a run back in the 1st. Gastonia leads High Point 5-1 in the top of the 9th. The Barnstormers 2.5 behind Kentucky and High Point in the wild card chases. And it looks like the Genomes will lose tonight. They're trailing Charleston 7-2. Now here is Hoover. The pitch from Ventura, angles over but low. Ball 1 and no strikes. Devon Torrance waits on deck. Lancaster 2 out of 7 with runners in scoring position. And a Hoover fouled to the screen. He was trying to put one over the left field wall with that cut. 1-1. But Long Island and York trying to make charges. The Ducks are now 5-11 in the second half. They've won 2 in a row since getting back home against Southern Maryland after blowing an early 7-0 lead the other night. Breaking ball doesn't spin all the way back. Hoover is up there at 2-1. We'll see if the Barnstormers make a defensive replacement in the bottom of the 9th inning. Possibly Lair for Felice. That's the only thing I could see. Tunnel will be coming in. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Hoover fouls another to the screen. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ventura hasn't struck out that many. It's either walks or outs. And we have seen the latter in this top of the 9th inning. Two-one ball game. A lot of tension here. We've seen some terrific defense. To Hoover, here's the 2-2, and this fouled over the net and against the top of the stadium. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tunnel will come on to try and save his 6th. To go along with a win earlier in the week. Here's a 2-2. Hoover lets it go. Ball 3 off the outside corner. Jake is at full. Torrance waits on deck. Barnstormers by 1 here in the 9th inning. Tense ball game. Lancaster getting a couple of clutch hits late. The hits York could not get early. 3-2. Hoover swings and tags a ball to center. Stokes has a long way back on this one. He extends, can't make the play, and that hops out of the stadium for a ground rule double. Jake's 2nd 2-bagger of the game. And his 3rd hit. Torrance will step in with an insurance run at second base. Hoover's 16th double of the year. Shaver had that many. Felice and Cordero, 17 each. Kelly Dugan had 16. A chance to drive in an insurance tally. Great at bat for Hoover. Here is Torrance at 0 for 3. Breaking ball across for a strike. It is 0-1. He's been robbed once by Stokes tonight. He is struck out looking, and then Stokes made a routine play for the final out back in the 7th. Torrance had been batting with runners at 2nd and 3rd. No balls, 1 strike. Ventura ready to go. And to Torrance, a check swing on a high fastball. It is 1-1. Again, the top of the order looms for the York Revolution once we get to the bottom of this 9th inning. One ball, 1 strike. Torrance takes a slow breaking ball out of the zone, and he gains the edge, 2-1. Dunston is on deck. 3 hits for Hoover in the game, 2 for Mercedes. Cordero and Sandoval with the others. Hoover leads from second. Torrance bats 2-1. Here's the pitch. Devon swats a drive the other way, foul. Up onto the deck. Torrance bats at 2-2. Lexington has held on to win 5-3. Staten Island put up a fight in the 9th inning. But the Ferry Hawks are down to 9-8. They've lost 6 in a row. To Torrance, here's the 2-2. He hits a chopper off home plate. With it is Lenin Rodriguez, who makes a low throw. The ball ends up down the right field line. Hoover is home to score, and it's 3-1. That will be an infield base hit for Torrance. A chopper off home plate. Lenin Rodriguez rushed to throw to first and fired it down the right field line. Hoover scoring on the error. The Barnstormers now have a 2-run lead, and it will bring on Dunston, who is 0 for 3 with a walk. The speed of Devon Torrance forcing that mistake on the, call it Baltimore chop base hit. First error on either side tonight. And it is 3-1 here in the 9th inning. Torrance, of course, ending up at second on the play. Dunston will try to bring him home. 3 straight with a single run for the Barnstormers. To Dunston now, high breaking ball. It is 1-0. Put the ball in play. You don't know what's going to happen. To Dunston, swinging a ball, cranked down the right field line. That is headed to the corner. That is in for extra bases. Torrance scores. Dunston now at second, and it's 4-1. Sean Dunston Jr., after being in a drought for 3-4 games, breaks loose. The RBI double for him. That will make the first run off of Ventura earned, and conceivably the second. Melvin Mercedes will now bat. 3 straight 2-out hits for the Barnstormers, and they now lead 4-1. Mercedes wouldn't mind driving in another. Does that take a little bit of pressure off the bullpen for the bottom of the inning? Dunston leads off second. Melvin takes an offering upstairs. It is ball 1. Couple of doubles around that Baltimore chop hit. Boy, those can create havoc. One ball and nothing to Mercedes. Dunston leading off second. The pitch. Melvin goes the other way with a foul. It's 1-1. Mercedes with a chance to set a new franchise record here tomorrow. A 2 o'clock start. He'll be facing Eduardo Rivera, who can be very tough to hit. One and one to Mercedes. Here's the set and the pitch. Over but low. Ball 2 and a strike. Lancaster leads by 3 here in the 9th inning. If the Barnstormers win this one, they'll be up 13-9 in the War of the Roses. They'd still need to win 4 out of the last 10. 2-1. Gets the outside corner. Mercedes bats 2 balls, 2 strikes. Little 2-run explosion with 2 outs in the 9th inning for the Barnstormers. Mercedes tries to add to it. Time is called. Here's the 2-2, down and in. Mercedes pushes it to a full count. Cordero waits on deck. High Point making noise in the bottom of the 9th. Gastonia now leading 5-2. Mercedes line drive into center field. He's got a base hit. Dunston will come around. And now it is 5-1 and no longer a save chance. Mercedes' 3rd hit of the ball game as the Barnstormers are, with a little break as well, able to solve Ventura here in the 9th inning. 4 consecutive hits with 2 outs, and now all 3 of the runs are earned. The batter will be Cordero. Andretti is 1 for 3 with an RBI, which you could say that virtually every night. That's why I have dubbed him with that nickname. Melvin Mercedes, the base runner. It's 5-1. Here's the pitch to Cordero. He'll knuckle a breaking ball out to shallow right. That'll fall in. Mercedes is going to go to third. Here is the throw, the slide, and he is out at third base. Franco was 5-6 feet from the bag, somehow swiped the tag around. And that breaks the chain as the Barnstormers try to take the extra base on the flared hit in the right by Andretti Cordero. It is 3 runs in the inning on 5 hits, 1 error that ended up being negated, and the Barnstormers leave 1. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning. York will need 4. Lancaster leads 5-1.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
The Barnstormers just struck for 3 2-out runs in the top of the 9th inning. They turn it over to West Tunnel for the bottom of the 9th. The rains never got here. Lancaster ahead by 4. And the fans doing their best to ignite a rally for the home club in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tunnel struck out the side around a base hit by Lenin Rodriguez last night. The only Rev that will face him in this inning that saw him last night was J.C. Encarnacion, and he struck Encarnacion out. Encarnacion has struck out all 4 trips tonight and overall 7 in a row. Tunnel is on. He's 2-0 with 5 saves, not eligible for 1 here tonight. The ERA is 2.63. 14 hits in 27 1/3 innings. He's walked 17, and West has struck out 31. Gray Fenter with the hold in the 8th inning. He gave up the leadoff infield base hit and sawed through the Revs after that. Tunnel to Encarnacion. Here is the motion, and the first pitch is driven toward the gap in right center field, down and rolling to the wall. So no fifth strikeout for Encarnacion tonight. He's going to dig for 3, and he will make it ahead of the throw. Felice showing the baseball. Encarnacion has a leadoff triple. That fires up the crowd. It's just one guy on, though. Elmer Reyes will come to the plate. It's never easy. York not about to give up the ship here in the 9th inning. Encarnacion, first pitch swinging, finds the gap out in right center. Mercedes with that relay throw made it close. But Encarnacion is in. Surprised he took the risk. It didn't look like that much of a risk, though, when he made the turn. Reyes stands in. Tunnel goes to work. Breaking ball, swung on and missed. It is 0-1. The Barnstormers need 3 outs. York needs 4 runs. Again, if the Barnstormers win this, they'll have a 2-game lead in the division over Southern Maryland. Boy, this crowd can get loud in a 9th inning rally. It reminds you of Long Island. Time is called. Reyes can disrupt the rhythm of a pitcher as well as anybody. Barnstormers willing to give up a run in exchange for an out here. 0-1 to Reyes. The pitch is banged foul to the right. It is 0-2. York putting up a fight. The Barnstormers made the final out of the 9th inning at third base. Mercedes thought he had an opening. Franco was way off the bag when he handled that throw. But he swiped the tag around, and Mercedes ruled out. 0-2 to Reyes. Tunnel goes to work. The pitch swung on and missed. So West picks up 1 out. Again, Barnstormers pitchers tonight striking out 10. The batter will be Carlos Franco, who has walked twice, double, and bounced out ahead of the plate. Were it not for that Baltimore chop base hit out ahead of the dish for Devon Torrance, this would be the tying run at third here in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Of course, Tunnel might have pitched Encarnacion differently. Franco steps in. Tunnel needs 2 more outs. Encarnacion leads off of third. Here's the pitch to Franco. It slips inside and low. That is ball 1. Telvin Nash, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Tunnel in for the 2nd straight night. Not likely to be available tomorrow. So if you have a save situation or something like this, it'll probably go to Graham. 1-0 to Franco. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. The count works to 1-1. Lancaster over the last 3 innings picking up 5 runs on a total of 9 hits. They have 11 hits for the ball game. 1-1. And a Franco driven foul to the opposite field. Tunnel works ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Six hits overall for York. One ball, 2 strikes on Franco. Tunnel needed 20 pitches to get through the Revs in the bottom of the 8th last night. 1-2. He peers in. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And Franco is gone as Tunnel continues to rack up the strikeouts. It leaves the night to Nash. Telvin Nash is 0 for 4. 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. The Revs are 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position tonight. The Barnstormers in the top of the 9th were 3 for 3 with runners in scoring position. 2 outs. Nash, the batter. He has to get on. Rodriguez has to get on. And then Mesa would have to do a lot of damage. First pitch sails outside to the big fellow. 6'3", 238 is Nash. Ball 1, no strikes. West Tunnel needs to pick up 1 more out. 1-0. Breaking ball spins low. And Nash bats it 2-0. Lancaster 5, York 1. Bottom of the 9th inning, 2 outs. Encarnacion still over at third base. Two and 0. To Nash, swing and a miss. Make it 2 balls and a strike. Gastonia held off that late onrush by High Point. The Honey Hunters victorious 5-3. Well, the Barnstormers, with a win tonight, would gain ground on the 4 teams they need to gain ground on right now. 2-1, and a Nash. It's upstairs, 3 balls and a strike. Well, it's not over yet. Nelly Rodriguez on deck. Mesa after that. 3 balls, 1 strike. Nash awaiting the pitch from Tunnel. You don't want to walk somebody here, even if it's Telvin Nash, but he will. It's ball 4. That brings the tying run into the on-deck circle. Nelly Rodriguez 0 for 3 with a walk tonight will come to the plate. The Barnstormers will pick up a game on Southern Maryland. They'll pick up a game on Staten Island. They'll pick up a game on the Genomes and the Rockers in the wild card race. But they've got to hold on to this one. You've got to get Rodriguez or Mesa now. 2 outs following the walk to Nash. The tying run is carried by Mesa in the on-deck circle. They got a lot of power coming up here. Runners at the corners with 2 outs as Rodriguez stands in. Tunnel to the plate. Breaking ball is low. 1-0. After the strikeout of Franco, it looked like this game would come to a quiet finish, and all of a sudden Tunnel cannot satisfy Bill Worthington's strike zone. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch, swing and a miss. We get the 1-1. Lancaster 5, York 1, bottom of the 9th inning. Defense back, just trying to get this final out. Tunnel to the plate, and it's strike 2 on the outside corner. He's got Nelly Rodriguez down to a final strike here tonight. Tunnel does walk some batters. He has now put 18 on in 28 innings. He has struck out 33. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nelly Rodriguez. Tunnel trying to wrap it up. Here is the pitch. Breaking ball, and he just missed with that one. Tunnel wanted it, and now it's 2-2. Nelly Rodriguez not prone to chasing pitches out of the strike zone, which Tunnel did to Reyes and Franco. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mesa waiting in the on-deck circle with the tying run. 2-2. Tunnel comes to the set to Rodriguez. Soft line drive, base hit, center field. The tying run will come to the plate. Rodriguez keeps it going. It's 5-2, and Mesa will step in. Oh my gosh. Ventura couldn't get the final out in the top of the ninth, and Tunnel can't get it in the bottom of the ninth. Mesa is the tying run. Mark Johnson will use a mound visit. Tunnel thought it was game over on the 1-2 breaking ball to Nelly Rodriguez. He almost went into a celebration. Since then, it's been ball 2 and an RBI single. Felice also coming over. Melky Mesa is 2 for 3 tonight and 5 for 7 in the series. Troy Stokes Jr., the center fielder, would bat after him. The tying run has come to the plate. Tunnel had picked up the strikeouts of Reyes and Franco. The hit by Rodriguez, the first of the night, with a runner in scoring position for the York Revolution. And now the ball game is on the line as Tunnel faces Mesa. Here's the first pitch. Ground ball, foul past third. It's 0-1. Still 1 out needed. York has action in the bullpen in case this game should go to extra innings. Nash leads off second, Rodriguez off first. No concern about the runners. It's all about the hitter. 0-1. Knocked down by Peroni to the backhand. It's a ball and a strike on Mesa, and boy, is this stadium getting loud. It's not a huge crowd for a Saturday night. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count on Mesa. Nash and Rodriguez take their leads. Tunnel goes to work 1-1, and it's hit in the air, right field, and the wind may have it. Back goes Sandoval. It's off the wall. The tie run will go to scoring position. Mesa with a double. It's 5-4. The wind gave that a ride, and it bounced off the wall out in right field. 2-run double for Melky Mesa. They've answered. The Barnstormers 3 with 2 outs in the top of the ninth with 3 of their own. And Stokes with a base hit can tie the score. With a home run, he can win it. It's just never easy. 3 2-out runs in the bottom of the ninth inning, and it's all happened after Tunnel thought he had the called third strike on Rodriguez. Ball game is definitely on the line now. Stokes stands in with Mesa at second. Tunnel will come to the plate, and it is a strike at the knees. It is 0-1. Crisis situation now here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Just when you thought the Barnstormers had pulled away in the top of the frame. 0-1 now on Stokes. Tunnel to the plate, and it's strike 2 to the outside corner. Stokes in disagreement with Worthington. Mesa carries the tying run at second base with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth inning. The Barnstormers close to what would be a big win here tonight, but they cannot shut this one down. Stokes is 0 for 4. He's down 2 strikes here. Mesa leads off second. Tunnel's pitch is low. It is ball 1. Triple by Encarnacion, walk to Nash, single by Rodriguez, and a double by Mesa. Troy Stokes Jr. has 8 home runs batting at 1-2. To the plate, and it's high, 2-2. Both top and bottom of this inning, Worthington has seemed very unwilling to give a called third strike to either guy. It's balanced out. Ventura went through something similar. Ball is loose from the Barnstormers bullpen. Troy Stokes Jr. has worked the count back to 2 balls and 2 strikes. 5-4 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Mesa carries the tying run at second base. 2-2, the count to Stokes. Tunnel ready to go, set, pitch, breaking ball in the air, right field. And deep, back goes Sandoval. And Sandoval makes the catch on the warning track to close it out tonight. Tunnel has a way of putting those scares into us. Dunston has caught a couple behind him. And tonight it is Sandoval on the warning track in right field, handling the deep fly out for Stokes, and it is over. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Mesa left in scoring position, each side with a 2-out surge in the 9th inning, producing 3, and the end result is a Barnstormers victory here tonight. We'll be back with a wrap-up show coming your way next. The Barnstormers top the York Revolution by a final score of 5-4.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off the 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
All right, my blood pressure can come down now. Barnstormers hang on by their fingernails. It's a good thing they let them grow out. 5-4 win over the York Revolution. The Barnstormers 5 runs, 11 hits, no errors, 7 left. York with 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. And the Revs stranded 12, and that, of course, is a big part of the story here tonight. Dominic DeSabatino picks up the win. Dom is now 3-2 on the season. The loss goes to Nick Howard. He falls to 0-2. No save, despite that scary finish. You can't create your own save situation. No home runs in the ball game here tonight, surprisingly. 3 hours, 29 minutes, the time of our game, and 29:60 on hand here at Peoples Bank Park. And they saw a dandy where neither team could score. It was the Barnstormers not being able to even get base runners for about the first 5-6 innings of this ball game, and York simply leaving base runners strewn everywhere. They were not just on the bases, they were around the city of York. They left 10 guys on in the 5th inning and only scored on a wild pitch. And then the teams exploded late, and we ended up at 5-4. York scored in that 2nd inning on the bases-loaded wild pitch for Eric Manoah. who was tough when he had to be tonight. It was a scary outing, certainly for Manoah Jr. He gave up 4 hits and 6 walks in 5 innings, but kept the Revs to just 1 run, and that kept the Barnstormers in the game. Lancaster would finally match that run in the top of the 7th. A leadoff walk to Trayvon Robinson as Austin Nicely began to fade. 1 out later, Ariel Sandoval singled into right field. Jake Hoover tied the score with a 2-out double off the wall and left. And then in the 8th inning against Howard, Melvin Mercedes picked up the second of his 3 hits tonight, a base hit into right. It shot under the glove of the second baseman Perez. It took not only a low skip, but the ball also sort of spun away from Perez at the same time. And then Mercedes took second on a wild pitch and came home on a base hit into right field off the bat of Andretti Cordero, who ended up with 2 hits in the game again tonight. And that made it 2-1. And after Trayvon Robinson walked, Anderson Felice hit what might have been the hardest ball off a Barnstormers bat in the game. He hit just an absolute screamer back to the mound that was caught by Howard and turned into a double play. It was 2-1 going into the 9th. It looked like Carlos Ventura was going to send it to the bottom of the 9th, still 2-1. But Jake Hoover reached him for a long double to right center field with 2 outs. Devon Torrance then had maybe the critical hit of the ball game, and the ball didn't leave home plate by more than about 10 feet. It was a Baltimore chop straight down, either off the plate or off the compacted dirt in front of the plate. The ball bounced high. Rodriguez had to rush a throw and threw it down the right field line. Hoover scored. Torrance ended up at second. He scored on a double into the right field corner by Sean Dunston Jr. That made it 4-1. Then Mercedes singled into center to plate Dunston for a 5-1 lead. Cordero added his second hit. Mercedes tried to take third on it. He was thrown out, and that almost cost the Barnstormers. It may have spurred on a little bit of momentum for the York Revolution. And Wes Tunnell, who pitched last night and dominated in a meaningless situation, came out there with the 5-1 lead tonight. His first pitch was roped into the gap in right center field for a triple by J.C. Encarnacion. Tunnell then struck out the next 2, and it looked like ball game over. Telvin Nash picked up a walk, but Tunnell had Nelly Rodriguez at a ball and 2 strikes. He thought he had the 3rd strike on a breaking ball to the inside corner, didn't get the call. Rodriguez then singled to center. Melky Mesa doubled off the wall and right, scoring 2 to make it 5-4. And then Troy Stokes Jr., after falling behind in the count 0-2, got it back to 2-2 and lofted a fly ball to deep right. Ariel Sandoval hauling it in almost to the fence to save the day for the Barnstormers. They hold on for the 5-4 win over the York Revolution tonight, 3 hours, 29 minutes after this one started. Again, this turns out to be a big night for the Barnstormers in terms of the standings. Staten Island lost. They now trail the Barnstormers by 3. Southern Maryland lost. They trail the Barnstormers by 2. And the Wild Health Genomes and High Point also both lost. Well, the Barnstormers are able to catch up on them. Should there be a wild card race, the Barnstormers are now within a game and a half of both those clubs. They have the tiebreaker against the Genomes. That is still to be determined when it comes to the High Point Rockers. The season series there is tied at 3 each. Taking a look at the Major League scoreboard, the Cleveland Guardians took the first game of a doubleheader against the Chicago White Sox by the score of 7-4. The White Sox try to hold on in the 9th inning. It's 5-4 in favor of Chicago. They're in the top half of the 9th inning. Houston beats Seattle behind Justin Verlander. A Cy Young could be headed his way. 3-1 the final. Toronto 4-1 over Boston. Alek Manoah, Cy Young could be headed his way. He needs to catch up a bit, I think, in the second half, but he's in the mix. 4-1 Toronto winning. The Cubs scored 4 in the 10th to beat the Phillies 6-2. Minnesota 8-4 over Detroit. St. Louis has finished off Cincinnati 6-3. Pittsburgh shuts out Miami 1-0. The Baltimore Orioles have come from behind and lead the Yankees 4-3. there in the bottom half of the 8th inning, and it makes me wonder if they are in a rain delay at Camden Yards. That the rain that looked like it was headed here ducked to our south. San Diego ahead of the Mets 2-0 in the bottom of the 9th. Kansas City over Tampa Bay 6-3. Milwaukee is blasting Colorado. It's 9-2, still not over, top of the 9th inning. The Dodgers with a 4-0 lead over San Francisco. That is in the bottom of the 8th inning. Atlanta leads the Angels 7-2 in the 9th. It is Arizona ahead of Washington 7-1 into the 7th. Texas and Oakland scoreless in the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers survive a mighty scare in the bottom half of the 9th inning tonight. The final out made at the wall with the tying run in scoring position after York had already scored 3 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Lancaster wins by the score of 5-4. They lead the War of the Roses now 13-9. The Barnstormers still must win 4 of the last 10 to bring the Community Cup back. Rubber game of this series coming up tomorrow. A matchup of big right-handers. Oscar De La Cruz 4-1 for Lancaster, and Eduardo Rivera 5-3 will be going for the Revs. Join us here on the YouTube channel at 1:55 tomorrow, and the play-by-play action to follow at 2 o'clock. I'll be packing myself in ice bags for that game tomorrow. Heat index expected to be over 100 degrees here in York. That'll do it for tonight. Now for our video producer, Ryan Cortazzo, all the cast and crew at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg. I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone. Try to wind down from this affair and join us tomorrow. And then come Tuesday, Southern Maryland's headed into town, and we'll see you at the ballpark.